If for anybody who's watching this, we're back and we're starting to have our conversations about the budget with the police department.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to get it started and then we'll turn it over to Captain Wood and Lieutenant Savitas down there. So we basically looking at it from an overall perspective, the entire police department budget, which includes investigations, dispatch, code enforcement, administration, and police operations, has a budgeted increase of 15.10%. A lot of this is due to personal services, having positions filled for a full year, longevity pay, negotiated pay, and insurance costs. Those are the really big driving forces on the increase. You'll see that overall there's a deficit in operating expenses. This is mainly due to the sergeant's exam and a flooring project that we completed last year in the police department. And their capital outlay also, we see a decrease due to replacement vehicles purchased in the prior year. So now I'm going to turn it over to Captain Wood, I think, to get us started on administration, and he'll go through the department, the divisions within the department.
Thank you. So kind of reiterating what
turn your mic on.
the city manager, is it green? Red. Green? All right, sorry. So kind of reiterating what the city manager was saying, we did, I think, a pretty good job working with Brian to get the budgets to pretty much say very minimal increases kind of going forward. So administrative-wise, for the most part, we are only looking to, those positions are all for the most part filled. And as far as any capital projects, administrative-wise, we don't really, there's nothing major on the list for next year. Are there any questions on the administrative side of things before I move on to operations?
Percentage-wise, where are we as far as vacancies? Are we full or 1%, 2%?
Are you looking just for administration or police department overall?
The police department overall and employees. So
yep. So let me get my numbers here. So right now we have 7 positions that are currently vacant at the police department. In those 7 positions, they're all accounted for as far as in the process of hiring somewhere or another. So there might be in the background or they might be at the academy, not necessarily next door, but for the most part, we have every one of those positions filled.
all right, but percentage of the overall department, what's the percentage difference as far as how many we have not filled?
So
I don't know if I'm asking that question right, but I want a percentage on that.
Yeah,
What's
so
the
I would,
FTE
Yeah.
and how many you have filled?
Right.
so in regards to police officers, the percentage that is not filled is 0.
Oh, okay.
But what he's saying is there's 7 positions that are not actively on the road for our department at the current time. They are either in the academy in the background check process, but we have allocated those positions to people. People have accepted those positions and are either in the academy or on the road. Otherwise, there's 7 positions that are not on the road currently out of.
they're either in the academy or they are in the background process.
Out of a total of
31 officers.
31.
Correct.
So that's a,
This is the police department as a whole. So of our 48 positions that we have, we're really looking at 7 of them that are in the background process or beginning to go to the academy. So that's roughly
13% or so, right? No? Maybe it's different. But
7 out of.
7 of 31. You're looking at close to 20%,
22.
just under.
okay, so, yeah, okay.
31 patrols, but as a whole, like there's 41. So right now, unfortunately, the way it kind of operates is we have to pull from some of the other divisions, such as investigations, to make sure the road is whole before we can start filling some of those other positions, right? So ultimately, we need 7 of those positions filled so we can fill up all divisions.
But I think the positive thing to kind of build off where we are right now is that we're not actively looking for people. We have people, we're just trying to get them through the approval process and trained.
So one of the issues that we've kind of had this year is a lot of our applicants are not sworn, right? So now they have to go through, obviously the background process for someone who's not already an officer can be a little bit longer. And then we have to get them through the academy, and the academy can last anywhere from 4 months to 8 months. So we have that lag time of actually getting them, they're hired on, but getting them actually in the building through FTO is kind of a long process. So it's going to
Right.
take us a while, probably into easily into next fiscal year before those individuals are actually even on the road or getting close to being on the road.
Right, or if they can get on the road, because we all know that sometimes they wash out even in
Correct.
FTO or something. So based on that, have we had, from our police department's perspective, once we get people through the academy, we hire them and take them to FTO, do we lose many prior to finishing FTO, or?
So, I mean, generally speaking, we lose a small percentage, but not a lot. So we're hoping that trend continues, but it's kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Well,
We
yeah,
don't have that
that-
crystal
that-
ball
yeah.
with that stuff. I know some agencies, the percentage is a lot higher of those that fall through, but I feel like we've done a pretty good job in the past as far as vetting people that we're hiring in hopes that they're going to make it through. So everything, the ones that we have on the road right now, everything's looking good. So we're hoping that trend continues.
Yeah, no doubt, we are too, so.
Any other questions, I guess, on the administrative side? So administrative-wise, position-wise, we are good there. We've filled those positions. We have an individual that's going to be starting next week for the code enforcement specialist position. So that position will be filled, which has been vacant for a little while. But other than that, those positions are now going to be up to speed. Moving on to the operations.
Page 50.
Yeah, starting on page 50. As we were kind of just discussing, we're still almost there as far as like getting everybody like on the books, but we do have those 7 positions that are technically still vacant. They're either in the process at some point. So hopefully over the course of the next year, this coming fiscal year, we'll be able to get most of them on board. Scheduling them for an academy or what all that process does take a little while. And we can only handle so many trainees at a time too. So we have to, there's a balancing act when it comes to getting people in the door and getting them in through the FTO process.
That's probably an ongoing issue for you. I mean,
It's,
Microphone.
you get 6 of these, 5 or 6 of these through the process, and you've lost 2 officers that you're going to have to now go out and hire somebody to replace. So you're going to have a pipeline probably,
Yes.
it seems like, of patrol officers going through that process.
correct.
So if we're talking about having to pull people from other divisions to backfill that, is that an indication that maybe our overall staffing level might be low?
So, I mean, we have had to pull, but right now we're getting to the point where we're going to be able to probably start bringing people back in as they go through the training process.
Yeah.
But going forward, yes, obviously that's something that the chief has expressed interest in, is obviously possibly bolstering up the number of officers that we have in the future. for
I mean,
sure.
I don't know whether 7 is a high number or whether 4, you know, but you're going to have a constant flow of new officers coming through that training process that you've hired, going through that training process, and the question is, how detrimental is that to your patrol operation? You know, you've got a full staffing level of 31. You're never going to meet that full staffing level if you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 officers going through the training process
Correct.
before you can move them in there. So,
Right.
that's definitely a consideration that we need to think about. Is that, you know, if you need 31 officers to patrol the streets, then you need to know you're going to have 31 officers that can be sworn, can drive the car, go do the work.
Correct.
Yeah, but not only that, do we have to look out for retirements and other things
Yeah,
as well?
yeah, I
So
mean, yeah, there's-
they're gonna be losing people periodically throughout the years through retirement or just moving to another agency or
Right.
something. So
Correct.
that is, and you're spot on when you're talking about that.
So this goes into the budget categorization process. Maybe there's a
Right.
need in the operations division to have a budget category other than patrol officer with 31 bodies in it. Have something in there that says, you know, officers in training or whatever you want to call it, that has a number of bodies that is typical. And what's that do? Where does that impact the actual
Sure.
officer ranks?
Yeah.
You know, but public safety is, if you ask the citizen, parks are more important than anything, but from our perspective, public safety is more important than anything. I mean,
Right.
we have to deal with that as number one. And so I think it's important for us to consider the possibility that we may have to do something with that. And it's a big budget item for us. I mean, it's a big hit on the
Yeah.
budget to add 3 officers. But if it means that we can continue to adequately staff the patrol division, then it's a bit hit on the budget we might have to figure out a way to come up with. I'm not saying do it in this budget.
Yeah, no, and I'll just give a little bit of information here on this. So I know going into last year's budget cycle, we had originally planned to add 2 officers last year, and then we were going to come back and request to add 2 additional officers this year. In our discussions this year, the police department made the decision to not request those 2 officers this year because we did have such high numbers of deficit in officers. And I think, it just kind of, if we continue to add 2 and people say, well, you can't even hire to fill the ones you have, the vacancies you have, then it's a little bit of a bad look because our number would be a little bit more skewed now because instead of being 7, it would be 9 vacancies. So I think, we're working right now, or they're doing a really good job of getting these positions filled, getting them trained. And once we can get back to those numbers, then I think that they'll have to come back and ask for additional officers. And I think that might give them a little bit of a gap in the number that is required. Because unfortunately, what's happened over the last 2 years, or maybe a little bit longer than that, is that it's taken a really huge toll on the active officers that we have.
Yeah.
Because they're being asked to cover, for the lack of officers that are within the agency.
Right.
So you've seen a lot of burnout, a lot of guys that, yes, they're getting overtime, but it's pretty much required overtime and it's not optional. And at that point, you really start to burn these officers out. So I think this year, we're starting to see those numbers get better. And it'll be something that, yes, looking forward into next fiscal year, next year, going down the road in 2 years, probably is an opportunity that we need to look at increasing the number of officers we have. For the simple fact we're going to need to because of, increase in population and requirements within the city, increase in size with the annex property. All those things are kind of coming into play where we're going to have to do that. But it also does build a little bit of a gap there of what we absolutely have to have on a daily basis to stay functioning and what we need from that standpoint.
Well, just to make it less confusing on people who didn't do the budget to look at it, I think it might be prudent, like I said, to separate this officer category of administration into one that, maybe you've got one that's active officers versus one that's officers in training or something.
Yeah, so we might
I
be
mean,
able
if
to
you're
do-
able to hire, officers that have already been through all the training, they already have all the certification, they already have that, they can go to work probably within a couple of weeks.
Right.
By the time they go through an orientation in a department or whatever it takes to do that. But if you're hiring people and then putting them in the academy, it's a totally different story. And if people look at this budget, they think, well, I've got 31 officers on the street. How come I don't have a police patrol car,
Yeah.
here, and so
Right.
forth? So it might be, from an explanation point of view, it might be good. And that might be might lend into the discussion in the next budget cycle about we need to add officers. We need to do that, so.
Yeah, I think what we can do is maybe we can add a narrative portion down here. It doesn't have to just be all words, but we can add it to where active, in training.
That's fine.
Different
Yeah.
things like
Something
that.
like
We
that
can
would work,
do
yeah.
that to kind of better outlay it.
Yeah, yeah.
But, my biggest concern from the city, from looking at it from the overall city standpoint is, yes, it's kind of the same principle of cars take us a year to get in. So why don't we plan to buy 10 cars this year instead of 5 and 5? Just because of that time frame. But also it's the same element with police officers a little bit. Not
Exactly.
comparing officers to cars, but the training that's involved, having to go to school.
But you can drive the old car while the replacement's coming in. You can't drive the old
Correct.
car.
So maybe it's a thing to where we do need to look at anticipated
Yeah.
deficit or anticipating loss of officers so that we already have a number that gets us to a comfortable point.
I mean, if we increase the number from 31 to some other number, and the difference between 31 and that number are officers in the training pipeline, then I don't know what our overall cost is. We're paying them. We're actually hiring them and paying them while they go through the training
Correct.
pipeline, right? But are you paying them a reduced, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
it's $15 an hour.
Yeah, because I remember during the union negotiations, there was discussion about that. I just remember exactly what it was. So you're paying them at a reduced rate.
Correct.
So maybe you're showing at a reduced rate, but something to maybe make sure that's delineated when you go through the process.
Right.
You could label it like police officer recruit or something like that. I think that's.
Yeah,
what
the
we
only
kind of
problem we
label
run
it as.
into is when all the recruits become officers and now we've got
I don't think you'll ever
full
have that
salary.
take place unless they find a certified department that's paying less than we are. I don't think they'll ever find that because they can't hire. I mean, how hard is it to hire already certified officers?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something these
That's
guys
something
will
we're
tell you.
struggling with, is getting
Yeah,
those
yeah.
that are certified.
That's a
for-
recruiting thing, so.
Yeah.
You got to go out there and let them know what we have here, what we offer versus someone else. And
I mean, if they constantly have to hire out of the academy, then this problem will persist forever. If they can find an avenue to hire already certified officers, a different story, much different
Well, I
story.
mean, and the battle is right now, it's just a numbers game to where every single year, every police agency around us is increasing starting pay or increasing. And at some point, you know, it just becomes a challenge to keep up. And so I think that's probably the element. If you go just a little bit further south of here, down in a couple counties, your starting salary is about at our median for an officer.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You know, so we lose officers there, and getting those officers to come here is a little difficult.
yeah, but
I've
those
never been in a
officers.
patrol car, but I'm sure there's places south of us I would rather not patrol in.
Right, that's the other thing I was
Cost
going to
of
say.
living.
Those folks have got to look at this, the work environment here versus in some of those other places relative to the salary. So
Yes.
you can gain a lot more experience, much more more areas to move up here quicker than you can in one of those agencies that's paying more because they may be on the street a lot longer. And this is what the younger ones fail to realize. Is that they're looking at the bottom line dollar amount versus their work environment and what they're going to be able to learn through their progression in time throughout the agency, rather than going right into one of those huge places where there's so much stuff happening, you're going right into the fire completely.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you're into the fire here in police, period, and policing, but it's a much more friendly environment to work in, and I think that's what we need to try to sell those folks on, as those ones that it's not about the total dollar amount. Look at what you're going to get when you retire if you're here. And also on the other point about it's easy to project that we know that when we're going to have employees that retire or whatever, we know that that's coming up at some time. So it's easy for them to project that we're going to be in 2026, I'll just give an example, we're going to be losing 3 people to retirement. So you know to start working that in, to start looking for somebody else and fill those vacant positions. So it's one of those things, I know they're on top of that and understand that, but just for, you know, everyone else to understand that these things happen all the time. And it's easier to project those things out than it is from new people coming in from the academy, because just because we paid them a salary to go to the academy and all that stuff, we know that the chances are not all of them are going to make it and be on the road here. So, and going back to those, trying to recruit people that have already been certified, that way we don't have to pay that expense up front. We can just hire them, hopefully, and then they can actually start work after orientation period, whatever that may be, 10 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever it is. But I think that's, we're on the right track here, so.
Yeah, someone who's already certified, you're looking, by the time they get through the background process and go through FTO, you're looking at a couple months, 6 months max. Someone who's not certified, you have a 6-month academy, a couple months background, then they're going to go out and do the field training program. That's 4 more months, so you're almost looking at a solid year before they actually, by the time they get hired to when they're actually out on the road.
Yeah, and those people that go through the academy, you see one thing when you're in the academy, and then when you hit the road and you get those people that go, oh, whoa, wait a minute, this is not what I signed up for, after going through all that process, us paying and everything else. So it's one of those things that it's a balancing act that we have to work with, but that's what we need to do. We need younger people coming through and moving up. Everybody can't start out as 39-year-olds like I am in this field,
You want a job?
No, I don't want to wear another gun.
If you're only 39, you should be working.
Well, I did very good in my investments.
Yeah, they have the flexibility to overlap positions.
And that's the tough thing.
And
because
I know,
of the
because then if
budget.
everybody's then it does. But if you have a lot of turnover in that position, I know that's what we do with investigators, because typically there's 50% turnover. So they do overlap, and then you sometimes do get stuck if everybody stays, but then it does assist you when you get to those dry times. Now, I know times aren't as bad as they were like 6 months ago.
They're definitely
It was
getting better.
It's getting better.
That's my only concern with allocating funds to training or academy type situations, is what happens when, look, I mean, I might be speaking incorrectly on this, but I feel like our situation in the police department has gotten a lot better, and I feel like we've got officers that want to stay, that want to see improvement and continue to, provide the service that we provide. And I just have concerns that if we start to go that route of identifying who's in the academy in situations such as that, our number, we may say, well, we have 31 officers on the road, we've got 4 in the academy, just counting on people leaving and attrition that typically happens. But what happens when that full 35, that 31 plus 4, is now on the road and we didn't really adequately budget for those additional 4 positions because nobody's left? And we get stuck with a couple years of those 35 number. That's a big number when you start
But
looking
we,
at
we reevaluate the budget every year.
I kind of equate that as a problem you'd like to have.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hope we have
Seriously,
that
I mean,
problem.
Yeah.
some problems you would like to have.
I rather that than have
as
a
opposed
7
to
officer
not have,
deficit.
you know. And I mean, I agree with you. It could be a big impact on the budget, and you're looking at the overall budget side of it. But the reality of the situation, I think, historically, for at least as long as I've been in here, is that we haven't been in that situation. The reality of it is that we've had a continual pipeline of having to hire officers, whether they were leaving because they could make more money someplace else,
Right.
or they were leaving because they were tired of being an officer, or for whatever reason that they were leaving, they've left, and we've had to hire new officers in to replace them. I'm not sure when we started relying more heavily on recruiting people out of the academy versus recruiting people already certified. I don't really understand where if that ever took.
So that trend kind of started, I would say, maybe around the COVID time, maybe
Yeah.
a little bit before, is where a lot of people would sponsor themselves before to go through the academies, and then agencies would go to the academy and hire people that way.
Yeah.
And then there was a significant trend, I would say, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, where all of a sudden agencies were having to sponsor people through the academies, and that's what everybody's kind of looking for.
And that's when Indian River State College started really enhancing their academy and started there. I mean, at one time, I think they talked last year about providing free tuition to people to go
Yeah,
through the academy.
they had a
process.
grant that they were able
That
to
they'll
actually
grant
get people to go
so
to the academy.
I understand what you're saying.
Right.
But from a public safety perspective, I think it's important that we consider, maybe not in this budget, because it's too late to try to figure all this stuff out, but maybe for the next budget cycle, we figure out a way to try to get ourselves in a situation where we understand the reality of where we are and where we're going to go. And then we can always the next year say, well, wait a minute, but we now have 2 more officers than we really need. Maybe we live for a year with 2 more than we need while we wait, while we have attrition pick up for that. That's kind of common in the world to get to a point where attrition has to take care of some overstaffing issues. And the overstaffing issues is like I said, a problem you kind of like to have
Yeah,
sometimes.
no, I mean, honestly, I
Yeah.
would like to have that problem. But, so it's something that I think that we've gotten clear direction on that to look forward. And I know Councilman Arnott wants to add something, so.
I do,
just to,
please.
Make sure that we include it in next year's budget and looking at that option and
Yes,
stuff.
yeah.
So Councilman Arnott?
All right, so I have concerns, and I apologize, it's been hard to get a word in here. So as I understand it, you don't have any unaccounted for positions right now open, correct?
Correct. They're
Okay.
in the process somewhere, somehow.
Fair enough. So at this point, you have people that aren't working in jobs, but you have no unaccounted for positions. So that's important to know. The question I have is, you had 2 new positions in last year's budget, and you're telling me there's none in this year's budget?
Correct.
Okay, so last year we needed 2 new officers. Now we have a lot more houses, a lot more people. We have Spirit of Sebastian being built and being moved into. We have other stuff coming and being moved into. If we needed 2 last year, we need 2 this year. I'm confused at why we don't have any new officers. We're going to wait. So I'm going to attribute it, and I'm not putting this and comparing officers with roads, but if we put it down the road, we're going to be in a bad situation before we can make it good again, and it's going to be a year out to fixing the problem. I don't understand why we don't have 2 new officers in the budget, at least this year. Once again, I just listened to everything you said, and you're telling me if you're hiring an academy person, it's a year out before they're an officer on the road by themselves, roughly, with the academy and all the other training and stuff they go through. So unless we get certified officers, which doesn't seem to be happening, if we put this out another year to next year's budget, we're literally putting out getting even an academy officer in 2 years from now. And now we're in that situation where our guys are already burnt out. They're going to be burnt out more, and we're going to be in a worse situation. I just don't understand why we're putting this down the road instead of addressing it now. I would much rather have 2 extra officers on the road and deal with the attrition down the road than I would our officers having to work extra shifts, having to work overtime. I mean, I know for a fact over this past couple of months, there's some officers that are working a ton of overtime. There's days that someone's been out and they've had to call people in from other shifts to work shifts. We're not in a staffing situation right now with the positions that are open. With the positions that are filled but not dealt with, where our officers are struggling. So I just don't understand. I don't feel comfortable pushing this down the road. I don't understand why we don't have 2 in the budget this year. I'm sorry.
So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but to the point of even with the number of people that we have in background, it's going to be very difficult to get them all on the road by the end of next fiscal year. So if we were to project 2 more for next fiscal year, that would give us the time that we need to get them going and get them in for next fiscal year, or sorry, the fiscal year after that. So I think just with the sheer numbers that we have, and again, we can only bring so many new people in at one time, and there again, that's a 4-month training program that they have to go. With the numbers that we have of people just in the background, it's going to take us through next fiscal year already.
I mean, is there any reason we can't put 2 new officers in the budget and have them simply officers that are already certified officers, so we don't have to wait for a 6-month school, so we don't have to wait for all the other stuff? We literally just have to put them on the road with somebody to train them in our processes. I mean, is there any reason we don't have to hire someone we send to the academy? We can choose how we hire them, right?
Yeah, if we want to designate those positions specifically for someone that might be certified, we have 2 people of the 7 that are in the process. 1 is certified and 1 is going to be graduating the academy either in the next month or 2. So
Right.
those are the 2 certified positions, but again, they're still kind of in the beginning part of the background process, so you're looking at a couple months anyway before we could get them on the road. And then the issue again is going to be we can only have so many people at one time in training,
Understand.
with
Yeah,
2
yeah.
more graduating in October, so that would max us out again for the next 4 months come October, so that's going to push us through February before they're actually going to be able to go on the road solo.
So at this point, you're saying your limitation is FTO, the amount of FTO officers you can actually train at one time.
Yeah, so we have, that is another limitation that we have to kind of consider, including, not to mention obviously the academy stuff and the background process that it takes as well.
Because at this point, if you had a certified officer come to us and say, hey, I just moved here, I really want to work here, we can't do anything. We have no position to hire them into.
Well, not necessarily, because if we can kind of project a little bit forward as far as like attrition and stuff like that, I can have more people with conditional offers than I have positions, understanding that, especially civilians, they may wash out of the background process. So it's always good to have a few more in that understanding that a lot of people wash out of the background process. So we do forward think as far as like applying or approving more conditional offers of employment than we have positions, knowing that that's going to happen. And obviously someone who's certified and maybe was already with another agency, they're going to kind of move up the list because they already have a background. We know the background process is going to be a lot easier for them, and it's an easier transition for them over.
I would much rather have a budget money there already so
Agreed.
that we could make that happen, because if we don't put it in there, then now we have to figure out where to pull that money from down the road if that situation comes up. I don't know. I just know there's a lot of people that are stressed with the amount of work they're doing, and I know there's no easy fix for it, but I'm not planning for today. We're already planning for next year, and I don't want to plan for stress next year. I'd rather plan for the best we can give our officers next year. Once again, we're not budgeting for today, we're budgeting for next year, and if we're not planning for that now, we're already another year out. So if we don't budget for those new officers today, then that means we're not budgeting for them until next October. And that just put us 2 years out on solving an issue that our FTO could have dealt with next year when we possibly hire those officers. Next fiscal year.
Chris, are you advocating that we add 2 additional officers to this proposed budget? Is that what you're saying?
Budget? Yes.
Yeah, but certified already.
Already certified officers.
Already certified officers?
Yes.
Already certified officers. And once again, only to
I wouldn't
hire
wanna put that
are
pressure.
already certified officers. Because once again, I understand the FTO situation right now, but you told me your timeline of where you're out to. Well, we're talking after October when these positions would even go live. So, yeah, okay, so maybe we don't hire new officers until February, March, but when the FTO situation is easier to deal with, I don't know. I hate to not put them in the budget now because I think we're going to put ourselves in a worse situation later. We're going to have to play catch up all over again if we don't budget for it now.
So just
That's fine.
while everyone's thinking about this, I'm just trying to come up with a number of what a typical brand new officer is going to cost the city. And when you look at an officer, benefits, equipment, car, you're going to come around the number of,
About 110.
I was going to say 150, because the car is going to cost us, what are we, I think we're at like around 50,000 for a car with all the equipment. The officer is going to be somewhere in the range of 80, 90,000. By the time you add benefits and all that into it, equipment and stuff. So I just want to have realistic numbers here that 2 new officers are going to be in the range of $300,000 to $320,000.
To startup, yes, startup cost. We'll call it startup cost.
Yeah, I mean, and part of that is capital with the car, so it's a one-time cost on that.
But you're still talking another
you know,
160.
recurring cost, you're looking at per officer, safe number is probably $100,000 a year on a
Well, with
recurring.
benefits, you're probably talking 160.
So,
You said about $80,000 of benefits, so you're probably talking $160,000 a year reoccurring cost first couple of years.
I just want to
No,
make sure
I
that's
know
clear
what
Okay, so,
what we're looking at here.
asking for or talking about, and I know that it's not cheap, but well, safety isn't cheap, and maintaining, doing what police do is not a cheap thing, but it's required. And I just think I hate to push it down the road another year because we're just pushing the problem down the road.
Yeah, on the capital cost though, don't we have cars, don't you have cars over there already that are outfitted and other things? Or we just have enough for the guys and girls that we have on the road, including the 7 that are in the academy?
So yeah, so we're basically outfitted for the number of officers that we have, plus
which is the
some additional
31, right?
spares.
You're outfitted for 31 officers.
Plus, we have some additional spares as well, because the cars go down, right? So we
Right,
have that
right.
factored in as well for our current numbers.
Yeah, and since in reality, you're outfitted for 31 officers, and we really only have, if we were to separate this out, we have, what, 25, 26 actively, and we've got the others in the pipeline.
Correct.
So if we're outfitted equipment-wise for 31, then we shouldn't have to buy a car if we bring in one of those new officers. We should already have one we can use for that.
Equipment already.
The fleet gets rolled around as the cars get old, not when we bring in an officer, I don't think, right?
Well,
we have to
with
add
an
a
officer comes a car.
Yeah.
Just
No, I'm
have-
talking about, if you increase your number from 31 to 33, then you're gonna have to add all the equipment required
Yes.
for 2 new officers. Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, yeah,
And that can be the equipment, the car and the equipment can come out of DST.
okay. So,
But, you know, when you're looking at general fund, what this is gonna cost the general fund, I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't wanna be quoted on this, but 2 officers hit the general fund is probably gonna be in the range of $210,000. If I can,
Right, that's fine. You're in the ballpark. 200 to 300,000 is gonna cost, so, from DST, so.
Lieutenant Captain Wood, do those 7 positions include the 3 that are in FTO right now, or are they separate from that 7?
So those are separate. I'm not counting those ones. Those are strictly the positions that are either in the academy
Okay.
or in the background.
Okay, good. Well, that's good and bad, of course, because that means that's 10 officers that are still busy with other things and not by themselves. Okay.
Yeah, so we have 4 currently in FTO that are in FTO that should all be exiting around the end of September to early October. So that'll be one officer per shift, which will help immensely to relieve some of the stress on the other officers. And then as soon as they hit the road, we have 2 more exiting the academy. So we have a pretty good cycle of nonstop people coming in.
I like that, because one of the concerns that I've heard that was raised here, obviously, is the number of our police officers that are working overtime and getting burned out, you know, and I've been in that position before. It's not fun. So what ends up happening is productivity is decreased, and then you have use of time, sick leave, all kind of other stuff starts showing up where it never showed up on these employees before, because that adds a lot of stress to them. And as long as we're addressing that, I think that's what's most important by getting these positions filled so that those men and women do not have to work all of those mandated extra hours because we need support on the road. So.
But you know, our budget from 2021 forward, our budget for overtime is a pretty flat trend with the exception of 22, 23, and that was kind of an unusual time frame, I think, the 22, 23 cycle. I mean, so we're only budgeting $240,000 for overtime in 24, 25. Our projected, the budget for 24, 25, our projected for 23, 24 is $300,000, $60,000 increase over budget. That's probably because you're having to work extra overtime because of the officers coming through the pipeline.
Yeah, we built in a swing shift, which kind of is to help alleviating that stress during the high peak times.
So, I mean, I'm really not seeing a gigantic trend. If we were to plot this stuff on a graph, I don't see a gigantic trend in upward kick on overtime, you know, where we're to the point where we need to hire officers to offset that overtime. Doesn't seem to me.
We're hoping the influx of officers coming in is going to help alleviate some of that those overtime costs.
So there's two questions we've talked about in this discussion, it seems to me. One is we've got 31 officers, and we've got some number of those that are in the pipeline, and should we differentiate some way through the budget process those officers versus the ones that are already on patrol? Because the ones on patrol are costing us more money. Their salaries are higher, you know, they're using equipment, they're burning gas, they're doing all that kind of stuff versus the ones in the pipeline making $15 an hour. So, you know, from a budget point of view, if they're in the pipeline for 6 months of this year's budget, that reduces our overall expenses in that process. So, and I'm just saying, should we, and it's something to consider as the next year's budget's prepared. I'm not saying change this budget for that, okay? So,
Well, the one thing, and I know you pointed out overtime, so the one thing when you look at our amended budget and then projected is a $60,000 difference in overtime.
Right.
And that is coming directly out of regular salaries because we're not accruing that full salary, so we're then doing a budget adjustment to cover overtime, the extra overtime that we didn't budget for.
I understand.
So if we start to allocate and say, well, we have 31 officers, but we're going to say 25 of them are at their full salary based on what we know because they're working in the department. And then we're going to say, well, 6 of them we're going to take and give them, you know, the amount they're in the academy and then a full salary, like differentiate that. It's going to hurt us on our regular salary money that we do if we're short in overtime because we have deficits. You understand what I'm saying?
Your 23-24 projected salary line is $400,000 less than your budgeted.
Correct.
And your 23-24 projected overtime is only $60,000 greater.
That projected number, I don't know how accurate they are on their projected number, but it's.
I mean, that's covering that difference in there. Okay, I mean that's. If we're spending $60,000 in overtime because we're not paying 2 officers, but we're using the existing officers to cover their time, that means our salary budget's going to be lower when we put it down there, and our overtime budget's going to be higher. It should offset. And actually, it should offset with, we're saving money by working them overtime, so if we don't like them, we should work them overtime. But that's not the right way to do it, you know, so I could, you're looking at trying to make sure the overall budget stays balanced, and I understand your arguments with that.
Yeah, I mean, but if you all, you know, it's up to you all what you want us to do with 2 officers. I mean, we can, but, you know, remember, next Wednesday, we do have to trim, and I know we're a week later than we anticipated.
Let's do the first one first, which is I don't, as far as trying to identify the break between whether they're on the road or whether they're in the pipeline in the budget cycle, that's a communication issue to me. That's making sure that people right now, people out there who look at this budget think we have 31 officers on the street. That's what they think. That's what they should think looking at this budget. Because we're saying we have 31 operational officers in our operations division. We're not saying that we have 25 operational officers and we have 6 in the pipeline. So from a communications point of view, that's all I'm saying is some way or another we need to communicate that. And you talked about it in a footnote, whatever, that's fine with me. I'm comfortable with that.
Yes.
Now, as far as hiring 2 additional officers, which is what Chris was talking about, if I'm correct, understanding what Chris, because I had to turn on my my T-coil before I could hear everything Chris was saying. What? And I think your numbers, you were talking about $300,000 as a hit, as a number on those new officers, on hiring 2 new officers. Assuming that it is $300,000, then the council has to make a decision as to whether they want to increase his budget by $300,000. And that's an overall decision that we're not going to make during a workshop, but during a workshop, we could ask you to give us numbers related to what it would do to the budget, but we're going to make that decision at a council meeting
Right.
as to whether we want to increase the budget by $300,000.
Yeah, but I will say this, next Wednesday, we're setting the trim.
Yes.
So I need to have consensus if you all want us to try to draft up numbers that will show where we could potentially, problem is operating budget is slim. You saw it's only going up to 1.1%. So there's not a lot of stuff to pull money from in this budget, I'll just be honest.
Understand.
But if you want us to try to pull money to cover those 2 officers, or if you want us to look at the millage rate and what that adjustment would be, because next week we set the trim, not going above that number, I wouldn't recommend it because it's very expensive for us. If after
No,
you
I
set
agree
it
with
next
that.
Wednesday for us to do it later.
Yeah.
So I've got to
Right.
have all this prepared to bring to you all next Wednesday at that council meeting.
And,
So is that-
and we,
I just need some direction on a consensus.
I mean, we have an agenda that's out that has a number in it that we want to set the trim. We're not obligated to that number until
No,
we
you
vote
can
on
go
it.
up
Right.
until Wednesday is the
We're not
number that we
obligated
need
until we vote on it. So
to set a
what-
maximum
yeah.
number.
I would
So I
like
would
to stop
expect
playing
that if-
catch-up.
Yeah, if we ask you to provide us information, not that you don't have anything else to do in your life right now, I would expect that that's something you could come back with on Wednesday and give us
Yes.
some information that we could talk about in that process. I'm not 100% sure that we can afford to add 2 officers. I think you guys might be, I think you and the chief probably made that decision together. I'm not sure how much influence you had on him about not doing it this year, but
I'm just trying to remember back to it. I don't think we had discussions last year
So, yeah.
about adding 2 officers last year because they have 4 separate shifts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct? So 4, and then they were going to add 2 more this year. That would give every shift 1 additional officer in our budget.
yeah.
Well, last year we added 2. We've really haven't been able to play catch up with those numbers. So in our discussions throughout the year, I'm like, hey, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? So when it came budget time, the request, it was a thing to where we kind of had the discussion of, do we request 2 more officers and go in front of council and say, well, we need 2 more, but we can't even fill the ones we have.
That's.
That was kind of our discussion, just to be honest. And I think that, great, we've got 7 in the pipeline, but bring up a good point to have a little bit of an overlap. My concern with the overlap, if it were to ever happen, if it happened for an extended period of time, it would negatively affect the budget, and that's my only concern with that. But we'll come back with the cost for 2 additional officers. We'll have that
Well,
ready
let's
for y'all.
just make sure everybody agrees before you go.
Can you add that as a
Chris
discussion
wants to
item? Can you add that as a discussion item before we decide the trim amount? I mean, I know we'd have to do an agenda modification.
Yeah,
So can
we'll
we
just have to do an agenda. If there's a consensus on the 2 officers from you all, then we can do it right before that item on the agenda.
Well, we're
we
not.
can do it during that
We're not
trim notice.
approving the budget Wednesday. We're talking about a trim notice.
Correct.
And as an informational item during that discussion. If
Yes.
it's the consensus here for you to do that, you can provide us an informational item about what it might do to that. I mean, because we're not going to discuss the budget.
Correct.
We're going to talk about the trim notice, and all you've got to do is walk in the door and say, okay, I know our agenda says this much money, this much trim. We want to, here's what we were asked to come up with, because there might be more things here. Here's what we were asked to come up with, and this is what it will do to that discussion. It doesn't need, we don't need to modify the agenda to do that in that process. What does everybody think about it?
I don't think we're not doing our jobs if we don't investigate the cost of adding 2 additional officers.
Yeah, I just think though that, and I don't disagree with that, except for we have 7 positions that are currently slated in the academy or whatever, right? And what happens when we don't, when those are not fulfilled completely because someone washes out of the academy, someone doesn't pass the state exam, someone doesn't get through the FTO process, or something comes up after the initial background that now this person is not qualified, and all of those things. And yet we'll still have these positions open, and we're going to add more to it now when we haven't completely filled the ones that we have. That would be my concern. So, and I know Brian spoke about if we fill them all completely, that anything is possible, but that is highly unlikely in police work. But we have to look at things that are possible, that it is possible that things could happen. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with where we are until these positions are filled, because I don't think we're going to keep all of those. That's just my opinion. I think we're going to lose someone throughout the process, and we're still going to have vacancies, so.
Well, and the other thing we could look at with this is that we could budget to do it as a mid-year position, where they could advertise it. I mean, they've got a continuous advertisement, right? So they could, effective October 1st, go after 2 new officers, if this is what you decide. But they could go after 2 additional officers. But the money we wouldn't necessarily budget the money until 6 months into the year, because it's going to take them 6 months basically to get them on track. So then we would cover the 2 additional officers for half a year, okay, if we fill the positions. But then next year you would just have to know that that additional 50% of funds would have to be in the following year's budget.
Well, now, we have to kind of separate just a little bit, in my opinion. What we're saying is the appropriate staffing level for in the operations division for officers, 31 or 33? Appropriate staffing level, is that 31 or 33? Okay, well, and now, we should not, as part of that discussion, talk about how they're gonna hire people, because that's a separate issue. And what you're saying, I mean, I agree with that. But is the appropriate staffing level 31 or 33? That's the question. And if it's 33, we say we're adding 2 officers, but in reality what we're doing is we're adding 2 positions. And the time frame in which, from a budgeting point of view, how you work this through the budget, you're exactly right. They couldn't add 2 new officers between now and September, no matter what they did, probably. So from a budgeting point of view, then the question comes about in dealing with the police, the operations commander and the chief, is how long do you think it would take for you to fill those positions, and when do we place those within the budget process? That's what I was talking about when I was talking about separating this. We've got 7 of these 31 positions that are not costing us the amount of money that they would cost us if they were operational active patrol officers. So from a budgeting point of view, we need to make sure. Now, you're saying you're doing that by something with 60,000 in overtime and so forth, but in reality, it's a different study. It's a different issue. So, the solution might well be that if it's 33, that they come back and say, it's 33, but we can't fill position number 32 and 33 until September of next year. So that's a next year's budget problem. Okay? Budget problems are separate from staffing problems, in my opinion. What's your optimum staff level? What do you need to do the job? Now, how do we budget for that, and when do you do it? So, I mean, I just see that as a separate issue. So the question in my mind is, are we saying that we agree with the police department, because I think they probably have said that before, that they would like to hire 2 officers this year, that the staffing level requirement is 33. Now, how do we budget for that? Depends on when they can hire and how they hire for that process. I wouldn't want to say what I heard Chris say. I want to add 2 and you have to hire qualified officers. I wouldn't want to say that at all in any way, shape, or form.
Well, they understand the direction, but they're going and let them handle that part of it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we can say that we agree that 33 is the appropriate number of officers
Yes.
instead of 31. Then they and you can come back and say, based on lead time on hiring, lead time on getting operational, lead time on buying cars, how does that impact your budget? Am I confusing the thing? No? Okay.
No, it sounds logical, but we also have to look at it, and I had another thought there. I'm thinking that, we've got to look to the future. This is not just about now, this is into the future, and we are growing, and there's subdivisions being built all around here in the city, and more stuff planned in the near future. So that staffing level is not going to be, current staffing level is not going to be sufficient several years down the road, so we have got to plan for that as well. So, and that's why it's important.
Mayor Dodd, if I can.
Yes.
So exactly, Fred. That was essentially my point. All the growth. How can possibly in 2 years we not up our staffing levels with the amount of growth that's happening? I like the idea of putting the money till April, which I think is roughly 6 months out from the October beginning of next fiscal year. I like that idea because you're obviously not going to be able to hire somebody and get them on the road before then anyways. And my idea of hiring certified officers was trying to avoid academy officers from their point of view. That would be their decision, just to avoid pushing the hires out another 6 months, is trying to focus on hiring those that would help them, but that would be their choice in the end. That's not my direction in any way.
Okay, so is there some consensus on this number of positions in that officer category that are required, or that we want to, is it 32, 31 or 33?
33.
Well,
me.
what's the number? To
33.
sufficiently,
33.
33.
I think that's what they asked for.
We're growing
If
rapidly.
we went to 30, so, so if we added 2, that would go to 33, and ideally that would give you 7 officers. If we were fully staffed, that'd be 7 officers on the road, plus a sergeant.
Yeah,
So that's 8 per
Yes.
shift.
So here's the key. That, from a budgeting point of view, as you look at this, you may not budget a single dollar in the 24, 25 budget cycle for some of those officers, because they may not be able to hire them. So the question you got to ask, the conversation between you guys has got to be, do you think you can fill, how many positions do you think you can fill in the next 12 months? Versus how many can you fill in the next 6 months? And what does that do to the budget? So it may not impact your budget, quite frankly.
Honestly, the applications that we get seem to be, we'll have waves of a lot, and right now we don't have any. So it's kind of,
Yeah.
it comes and goes. I'm not sure why, what the reason is behind it. Again, obviously we're competing with other agencies and stuff like that. So it's one of those things, like we may.
It may not be inappropriate at all. You got to realize something. Our job is not to tell you how to do your job.
Right.
Although it sounds like we're doing it sometimes, our job is to tell you now. So you may, I mean, in conversation, you may just, it may well be that we're not going to have more than 31 in fiscal year 24, 25. We're going to go to 33 and 25, 26. But we know we're going to go to 33 as quickly as we can physically do it and financially do it. So.
Yes.
And that's a little bit of my concern is we sit here today and we sit, not saying anybody said this, but we want to go to 33, but we don't want to budget it this year. We're just going to show it as a number in there and work towards filling it. Then we get to next year's budget and all of a sudden we're like, well, where are we getting the funds to cover those 2 positions? Because now we got to raise the millage. At some point, we've got to kind of spread it across and start to set the tone for next fiscal year.
Yeah, no,
My opinion is if you all make the decision to go to 33, we're going to budget for probably 50% of those positions so that it's not a big hit next year.
Okay.
It's going to be our
you don't
plan.
budget for what you might not spend. You budget for what you may spend.
Correct.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So
You
that'll
just
be
don't
our-
have to buy a new car for number 32 and 33.
I'm not so much
Tomorrow.
worried about the DST.
Right.
I'm not so much worried about that as
Oh, I am. That's
general
$50,000
fund.
in the budget.
Yeah, but that's DST, and I mean, not to say it doesn't matter, but general
it
fund
does
is where
matter.
our
Yeah,
bigger
okay, so,
Sure.
yeah.
bigger point is here. As long as, can I get clear that we have a consensus on this, or?
We have a
wanna make sure.
consensus that he should bring us back the numbers.
For the
well, now the
millage, yes.
33, now that would take into account leave, the new hires, people out on, sick. You can
Yeah.
do those numbers. The 33 takes into account all of that.
Okay.
What's your typical shift? How many officers, and what's your typical one right now, just to give them a reference point of how many, not if you were to include overtime, like if you didn't have overtime officers, how many budgeted normal salary positions do you have on each shift right now?
4.
4.
And that's not enough.
That's why people are
So
blowing my doors
we've
off.
implemented a swing shift, which allows a 5th officer, and occasionally you'll have a 5th one with the canines on, but we have time off, we have people that may or may not be out. That's just kind of where we're at. So on average, we're running close to 4, 5, unfortunately. But our numbers, like I said, our numbers have been significantly down, and that's why the officers are getting burnt out. They've done an amazing job, but we are starting to see they're tired. They're,
Now,
that's,
for Captain Wood, for those 4 or 5 that are on the road, how many of them are overtime officers right now per night, average?
so there would potentially be 1 per night, and that's going to be like a swing shift during those peak hours.
Okay.
And some of them might be, like, for example, like a K9 might have to come in early or may have to work late to cover for someone potentially being out, or if there's a shortage for some reason.
I think it's a consensus you should come back with some numbers on that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I know, Brian, sometimes we sit up here and we want to, go and do this now, do this. We have to be mindful, council, that our staff is shorthanded as is. They have multiple hats, and when we start changing and sending more stuff down to them, that we've got to be careful because we're going to overwork them if we continue to do this.
Well, I don't want to overwork Brian, but.
I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
I'll get the numbers.
Brian
We'll
won't
do
say
the
it, nobody
numbers.
else will say it, but I'll say
We
it.
understand, but this is very important.
I know this is, yeah, of course, this is easy to change the numbers for them to handle
Yes,
that, yeah.
yes,
Quite frankly, that's the reason that I think these workshops are very important.
very important.
And I've been on the council for 8 years now, and we've never had a discussion like this. So the council has never been able to say to the city manager, we think this needs to change. So.
Very healthy council manager.
Thank you for listening.
Relationship.
I appreciate it.
Okay, guys, are we done with, we have to go
No.
to investigations.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. I want to make sure we cover everything.
No
I don't
problem.
So we're still in operations.
Okay.
Captain Wood, if you can, just kind of go over our capital schedule for
Yep.
this.
So as far as the tasers go, because we do have an abundance of tasers, they have a warranty, so we try to get at least 5 tasers a year so that we can obviously outfit the officers, but also have some spares, but get those that are out of warranty out if we have to, so that obviously they're reliable. As far as our ballistic shields, so each officer is equipped with a ballistic shield in their vehicles. A lot of those are set to expire this coming fiscal year, which is why we have to replace 20 of those. SRT ballistic helmets, we have 7 of those that are set to expire, so we're looking to, I believe there's a couple that are set to expire, and we're buying a couple new ones for additional operators on the team. One of our other things that we've been kind of working on over the years is implementing some night vision for the officers. We've had a couple major incidents of shooting that happened up in Brevard, and we had one recently with a barricaded subject in a vehicle where the night vision obviously gave us an advantage that was...
Those things are, that's one night vision binocular for 12 grand?
Yeah, they're not cheap, unfortunately, but we have been... But you can't put a cost on
Yeah. Oh, I know.
the fact that
I'm just
it benefits
questioning.
us. Yeah. We have been...
Because you had the number 1 there, and I'm thinking, well, that's, you got to pass it around. But then I saw 12 grand, I thought, okay, we'll pass it around.
The guys have done a great job of making connections, and we actually bought a couple this year for the price of one. We got a couple refurbs, which are with a warranty on it, so we're actually get a little bit more. So we always obviously do some shopping to make sure that we're getting as much as we can out of that. And then flock cameras, we would like to introduce at least 2 more into the city to kind of help some of those gaps to obviously see those that are coming in and help with investigations.
So you guys are doing I thought the flock was done by the sheriff. We're having to pay for the ones that are in the city limits?
So yeah, so we have 4 currently in the city. So Flock recently changed their agreement. If you are not a Flock customer, you do not get access to any other cameras. So
Okay.
because we are a Flock customer, we do get access to all Flock cameras. So we're looking to obviously to introduce a couple to the city because the county has several throughout the county, but they don't really protect some of our areas. We'd like to get a couple more on a couple of our major thoroughfares again to kind of help with investigations and other things.
This is all life safety stuff with the
Yes.
exception of the flock cameras. I mean, it's the kind of stuff you.
Well, the
Definitely
flock cameras are
gonna
too,
do.
life safety.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
They've helped with a lot of closing a lot of cases, helping with a lot of investigations, and obviously catching those in our city that probably shouldn't be here.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I just want to hit 2 items. Obviously, we've got police vehicles and vehicle body cameras. Those speak for themselves. But the CAD RMS update, so this is the system that we previously had an agreement with SOMA. And I know I'd spoken to all of you about our situation with them. We have, as of your last 2 council meetings ago, or last one, decided to upgrade our current system to get us through, and we're going to be kind of looking at what Vero is going to do and seeing what else is out there, and then we'll go back out to bid to do a new CAD RMS system. So the $25,000 that's shown in the future years, that'll change. We just had to put a placeholder here. It will go up in future years if we go with another system, but that is where we're currently at with that. And the patrol boat, we are waiting to find out on the fine grant that we had applied for that. So this will be our 50% match on that grant for the fine grant. All right, investigations. Turn it over to Dino.
I don't know if I can top all that, but I'll try.
Hey, so real quick, in our budget meetings, Captain Wood was the one that gave everything back. He was, yeah, I'm happy to cut, and now he's getting stuff in this discussion. And Dino was the hard one to get the cut. He was more.
Well, if I recall, you said I did a good job, and we didn't need to cut anything, but I'm just going over some of the personnel. Right now, we are down 2 detectives and 1 civilian position, which when the road gets fully staffed, we'll be hoping to fill those 2 detectives positions. And we'll be posting for the evidence technician that is currently vacant. As far as capital outlay, we don't have any capital outlay for this upcoming budget year, so it's pretty simple. Obviously, some of the increases that we have are because of the crime lab and things that we have to pay. That's distributed through all the agencies that utilize it through the county. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Any questions on investigations?
No.
Councilmember Nunn, do you have any questions on investigations?
No, sir.
Good job once again, Dino.
Killing it.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, investigations? I don't have my mic, I can't ask. Hang on, wait till I get my mic. Hold on. I don't want to touch you.
Was your mic not working?
No, it was, the battery was going red. It was
talking too
red. Yeah, probably. I don't like this kind.
We'll get you one of the new ones.
No, I have no questions.
All right, dispatch.
All right, so as far as police dispatch goes, as far as personnel, we have 9 dispatchers, and then we have 1 that is in background pipeline, so we're almost fully staffed, which
That's
is a good
great
thing.
news
It's been,
because I think last year we were struggling. You
Yeah,
guys
so-
were covering
Yes.
dispatch.
they're doing well, and yes, we are almost fully staffed, so that is a very good thing.
Great job.
And as far as budget-wise, very minimal increase from last fiscal year, no capital outlay projects for dispatch. If anyone has any questions.
Yeah, nice to see that overtime go down.
Yeah, and that has, again, has to do with
Yeah,
actually
with
getting
Being fully staffed.
adequate
Yeah.
staffing.
Yeah. But I don't have any questions about that.
No.
Great job on getting new dispatchers, and they seem to be doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then code enforcement. So we will be fully staffed starting Monday because we will have our code enforcement specialist starting on Monday. So code enforcement will be fully staffed.
Hold on real quick. I just want to speak on, you all had requested us at a previous meeting, a council meeting, to look into adding an additional code enforcement officer.
Right.
In discussions with the chief and with staff, we did an evaluation on, at your request, with the proactive and reactive request that we were getting code enforcement. So we took all that data back and kind of looked at it and found that we were very proactive already, but there were things we were being proactive about that we could have adjusted. So before we jump into adding an additional code enforcement officer, we want to take a step back, look at what were our main issues, be more proactive in those areas, and reduce the proactiveness in a couple other areas that weren't as sensitive to the residents' needs, and then evaluate it over the course of this year. And we also, just a reminder, we've also had some instances over the past year of quite a few, I think it's probably been 4 or 5 months, where we only had 1 code enforcement officer.
Correct.
So, I think taking a step back, doing a full evaluation of it this year, reallocating where we're proactive, I think we'll see some additional improvement. They already do a great job. They're very responsive. I can tell you that any time that I go to code enforcement, they're responsive as long as they're on shift that day. And they get out there and they're very responsive. So I just wanted to state that because I know you all had given us some direction to look into adding a 3rd officer. And I just don't feel as though at this time, based on our evaluation and the details that we have, we can reallocate and kind of figure out some ways to be a little bit better and be more efficient with our 2. And then if we figure out that that just isn't cutting it, then next year we'd come back.
Okay.
There was one that was out for an extended period. Now, are they back? Or are they still out?
He's
We're-
back.
We're back, so as of come Monday, we'll be fully staffed as far as the specialists as well, so, which would be the first time probably since like 2021, something to that effect.
Okay, because that's the thing that always worries me. You have workers, and sometimes stuff happens, and they could be out, and especially because there's only two of them. What's the plan is, again, something like that happens and you have the one. Do we pull from investigations? Do we pull from the road to fulfill that? Or just that guy got to run around?
We,
So right now, we've been having we went down to the one officer, and he was able to handle the majority of everything. But if there was gonna be something that would be long-term, we may have to think outside the box as far as getting somebody there.
Because when we saw the presentation a couple of months ago, it was unbelievable, the amount of responses, the reports, and incidents for two people to be doing it. That's where the discussion came up. So again, as if, even for the two, what was presented to us, that wasn't enough people.
yeah, I mean, I think that once we went back and really crunched the numbers and looked at it, I can tell you that shown in there were a lot of business checks that were just being documented as calls, and it's just really riding through the parking lot, checking the bit. So those are things that I think that some of the numbers might not have been as accurate as far as that situation, because if you ride down 512, you're gonna pass 25 businesses. Boom, 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 that's 25 calls. That type of situation. And then we found some other things that in there. So I think we really went back, crunched the numbers, and really took a hard look at it. I think that we can reallocate those and make different priorities for our code enforcement officers and give them that direction, and you'll see a greater impact. And in really the reactive ones, which are people calling in, filing those things, I hate to say it, but they've reduced quite a bit because of the requirement they've got to disclose who they are. There's no more anonymous. So it is really a good majority of our code situations are proactive. There's very few that are reactive. But I can tell you that they're very responsive, and both of them do a great job, anytime I've reached out to them, so.
I think it's a great move to do this, because sometimes when you think you're expected to check a box, you check it. And maybe they felt like they had to log this number of things, and so by doing what they're doing, they're going to provide feedback and information where maybe they don't feel like they have to log that many things. They can be, instead of thinking, well, gosh, I got to do 20 of these a day, and so they do 20 things a day, it might be better for them to say, well, it's okay, I don't need to do 20 a day, I just need to do how many is appropriate, how many I find, and so forth. So I think it's appropriate to do that.
They were very responsive the other day with the email we all received, so seems working right now.
Councilmember Nunn, do you have anything?
No, I think it's good, and we can readdress a possible third person next year. It sounds like they have it under control. Thank you.
Anything? I think operating was pretty much standard, and we didn't change much there.
No, there wasn't much, a very small increase.
Saw Jennifer come through the door, I just don't see her. Oh, there she is. She's hiding behind the chair. Okay.
Any other questions for the police department?
You guys good?
They're fighting over the trash.
We've been fighting over
right,
trash
well-
for 2 years. Let's don't start, gentlemen.
You guys did a great job covering for the chief.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'll let
Thank
him know you guys did a
you.
great job.
I have heard no complaints from anybody about the police department, so.
That's good.
Quite frankly.
That's what we like to hear.
I'm very happy, because I've talked to some officials from some other cities who get beat up all the time, so,
I'm glad to hear it.
yeah.
That would be 24 and 25.
All right, I have a lot to say about this one, so.
Oh, all right, let's go. Like I said, party of one, not much here. We have my salary and some operating expenses, no capital outlay. Covers travel and training and office supplies, some outside services.
My only question is, we just approved Andrew, the contract with Andrew for services. Should we not have some projected dollars in here for potential use of him under that contract?
Yeah, we have under other contractual, we have $30,000.
Okay, so so we're not showing that in the personnel side, we're gonna show that over here.
Yeah, it's in the operating.
Outside counsel, other
Okay.
contractual services.
Okay.
Covers the special magistrate and then outside counsel, 25,000 potentially. But like, I believe last year it was 15 expended
Was 15 for the special magistrate, or was,
total, I
Total.
believe.
and we're going to 30?
Just projected.
Okay.
Well, 15 projected and then 30 projected, sorry. Actual,
Our budget last year was 37, and our current projected amount for that is 15, so it's dropped.
actual was
Yeah.
bad because of the whole interim situation, and then
Yeah, that whole
you
switch over.
can't really look at that.
Yeah, no. Okay, so we're comfortable that an additional 15 in here for Andrew is adequate, or?
Jennifer?
Yeah, no, I mean, we figure about 5,000 for the special magistrate, and then 25 for outside counsel.
Okay, so, all right, I'm thinking 15 is the special magistrate, so it's not
No.
that much.
But, I mean, depending on what happens.
Right, because
with
didn't we
this-
say that we have a good rate right now for the current magistrate, but we're looking at potentially a new one, and that would cost more?
Right, but I can't see it ever going above what we paid for the outside counsel, so,
Okay,
I mean, even if it went to 50 potentially, but I can't see it getting anywhere near that.
okay.
I mean,
Okay,
we've been having more meetings, but a lot of times these meetings are short, like the last code board meeting was only one case.
Okay.
So, and honestly, that should have been rolled to the next month.
Yeah.
I mean, so if we could avoid paying the special magistrate to be there for one case, that would make sense.
Weren't there
fiscally.
others on there? They just said
They were, but once you're down to one case, my personal opinion is roll it to the next month. If it can be resolved, then you don't have everybody here and pay the magistrate and pay Janet, because the goal is compliance, right?
Right,
okay,
okay.
sounds good. I don't see anything problem there, you know?
Just
I mean, come on now,
Brian,
this is so complicated.
we can add some stuff.
We should have done her with the police
How
department.
about,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
how about 2 more positions for me? I'd like, no?
She's like, she wants an assistant.
2 more, how about I have 2 more people? I'd like 2 more people.
An assistant.
Yeah, only if you
assistant.
could put them in patrol cars and drive around the streets.
Yeah.
Well, we can do that too. We just won't be certified.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be certified, but not as police
She'll
officers.
just sit in the median, make people slow down.
But I mean, eventually,
We
the
shouldn't
office
joke
should
about that
probably.
because there are people watching this.
I know, I'm just
Okay.
No, we won't be doing
That
that.
was that was,
We won't be doing that.
okay.
Eventually, the office will most likely need an assistant city attorney, and
in the near future.
not within the next year, probably, but it's something to look at.
Okay.
And, with respect to all these new subdivisions, I mean, there's definitely more review coming. And, I am, like I said multiple times, party one.
Yeah.
So when I'm not here, there's nobody. And I'm relying on help from Margarita, who's also Brian's
Right.
assistant. So, but I think eventually you're going to need more staffing in that office, this office, my office.
Yes, I mean, it's probably coming. Hopefully we can get by for the next couple of years.
And you want to
With-
bring them on
with-
proactively so that you can
Right.
have somebody know your city and succession planning, and so, be able to fill in rather than always having to rely on outside counsel.
Right.
Yeah, I think with what possibly is gonna happen on the Gray's property and that kind of stuff, we probably are really gonna need somebody, whether we contract that or not, we're gonna need to spend more money on people with the growth management experience, you know, with all that stuff, because, I mean, you start talking about the things that are probably gonna happen. I mean, this whole thing that I brought up about annexations, I mean, if we seriously could find enough enclaves that we think about trying to go after annexation, we're talking about adding a large number of attorney hours in doing that. So we probably are
Yeah.
gonna have to make that move.
And, you know, Andrew's available to some extent, but he doesn't have, you know, he's not full-time available to us. He's not at a law firm. He's on his own sort of side working. So, you know, and the other thing to think about potentially in the future would be lobbyist under, I don't know if it'd be under my budget or whether it'd be under Brian's, but it would be very helpful to me and the city. I believe a lobbyist is very valuable to a city. They're not that expensive.
Yeah, no, it would be. And there are lobbyists who work with the Florida League of Cities
Right.
that we could bring on as supporting us as well as the other cities that they support. It might not be that bad too, so.
Well, I've seen, like, for example, we had one with my CRA in Sanford, and it really wasn't expensive at all. It was pretty inexpensive, actually, and they were with a large law firm.
Yeah.
And it was very helpful to us in getting, you know, our special interest looked, you know, our, not special interest, but, you know, our priorities.
Yeah,
mean,
plus
and I
they're
would-
representing multiple
Yes,
cities, so
right.
it's not like it's they're
Right.
exclusive to us.
Right, so it really
makes
helps,
it
it
more-
helps with the cost, and I also think it's very valuable in the legislative updates, particularly with how active our legislature has been lately. And, I mean, because that packet I sent to you guys, I was
Yeah.
hopeful to have a more concise one, but there just wasn't really a way to do it. So, you know, I think the lobbyist is important.
I'd be supportive of that in the future too, because especially with everything we're looking at it with the city and, you know, looking at everything in the future and even the appropriations portion and all that stuff it would be a big help to the city. And I know League of Cities is very helpful, but
They
you know,
could
they're
only-
also,
yeah.
they got so many cities that are
Yes.
involved in that. And if we could get, you know, lobbyists that could
It's,
help
more
the city, but
focus and
also be
attention.
it will
involved in
pay
League of
for
Cities,
itself,
Yes.
more than,
The access is the big issue, that a lobbyist with a firm has access, that it's, I mean, like when we go to Tallahassee, we get access because the Florida League of Cities, people who make the appointments are known to the legislators. And they're willing to set up an appointment for that person, you know, but if you and I went up there by ourselves,
oh, yeah, you're going to have much better access.
so, yeah, we would have, if we had a lobbyist who was working with us, we could get much better access. And they might be getting paid by 6 cities to try to direct legislation in a certain direction on one issue, and we're one of those, then they may use us as, you know, as part of their, you know, they may invite us, come to Tallahassee, I'm trying to do this with this particular thing, and I need help from city elected officials or city managers or city attorneys on doing this. So, yeah, I agree with that. I just, this year is probably not the year to try to do it, but I agree with it, that we should probably, that should be something we should deal with next year in our next year's budget process.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good job, Jennifer.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nunn there?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilmember Nunn, do you have any questions for the attorney?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
It's time to beat up on Richard
Okay,
now.
after beating up on our attorney and talking to the police department, does anybody need a break?
Yes, quick
We
5
have
minutes.
people out of their chairs already. We're gonna take about a 5-minute break.
Oh, we're gonna wait to beat up on you, Richard.
I guess it's three different groups: parks, facilities, and cemetery.
We'll get started on facilities, which is page 73, just because that's the way it goes in your budget books. I didn't want to jump back and forth. So we'll start with facilities, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Blankenship.
Good afternoon, council. Facilities budget, keep in mind that that is the maintenance of all city buildings, is basically flat. We did go out to bid this year. We're renewing our janitorial contract. It went up a little bit. And we went back out to bid for pest control, and it went down quite a bit. So in the CIP part of facilities, we have money for air conditioning replacement. So like, for example, next week you'll see, I think we're replacing 4 units next week. Now, these units have not failed, but they're old. So we're going to go ahead and replace them and not wait for them to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Do we hear him? Oh, okay, it's to the back, okay.
And then we also have in the CIP for facilities, the repair of the doors and upstairs in City Hall.
Now, that's just, that money for the police department roof, that's just to evaluate
That's
the
just
system,
to,
right?
that's a very complicated roof.
Yeah.
It's flat, it's angled, it's tile. So we want an expert to come in and advise us on
So it's kind
what we
of
need
to
to, how we
decide
need to
what
do it.
has to be done to it, and then we may have a CIP project rolling in.
We will. I mean, it's failing in certain places.
Yeah,
So we know next year's budget will have a CIP project.
okay, pretty,
But we just want an expert to tell us what we need
all
to
right.
do.
All right, so this doesn't cover the, I know you said the doors here in City Hall, this particular part, but it doesn't cover the other facilities, like at the golf course, because that's going to come out of their budget? Is that,
yeah,
is
so-
this part of that, or that's totally
No.
separate?
So the golf course doors that you all approved at the council meeting is coming out of the golf course fund.
Right.
So that's being done now. What we've requested here is to repair, replace all of our second floor balcony doors. Every single one that goes to the exterior has some failure point to it. So anytime, like if we were to go up there right now and get a heavy thunderstorm that comes through, much less a hurricane, those doors, a lot of them don't even lock. I mean, as far as like if you get any wind pull on them or anything. And so there's other different things that are failing in those doors. So that's why we put this number in here in case some of them have to be replaced, but a good amount of them can just be repaired.
Right,
And that is only for here at City Hall on the second floor.
okay.
Any questions on facilities?
No.
Next up would be Parks and Recreation. The highlight of this request is we're asking for 3 additional positions, 2 in Parks and 1 in Recreation. The position in Recreation will be a programmer, somebody that can create recreational programs, manage them, not necessarily instruct them, but manage them, advertise them, work with special events, seek sponsorships, work with Avery on promotions, that type of stuff. We know we want to fill our facilities with programs to the point where we need to go to another entity and say, hey, we want to enter into a partnership so we can use your facility when you're not using it. And we're not far from that point, even now. Now, we are proposing on the park side to the contract for the maintenance of Riverview Park and that whole stretch of the CRA ends in January. And we are proposing to take that over. We know we can do it cheaper than the private sector can do it. Year 1, there will be about a 10% savings, but year 2, 3, 4, there'll be major savings. Year 5, we'll have to replace some equipment, but we're in the parks, we're in that section anyway, 7 days a week with trash, with whatever else is going on there. We're not just, so all we're adding is mowing and trimming and that, those rudimentary functions. So we know we can do it cheaper. we feel like we can do it better, and just be more efficient with our maintenance of that area.
And I will just state that a good percentage of those two maintenance worker salaries will be covered under CRA, because all of that falls underneath the CRA. So currently, the contract that we use, the third-party contractor, that is split between CRA and stormwater. That doesn't come out of general fund. And so now with us taking it over, the cost greatly will reduce, and that'll be funded out of CRA.
What's the difference in annual cost between the contract and the staffing? You know,
Well, the first year includes equipment,
yeah,
so it's about a $10,000 savings the first year. Second, third, fourth year is to be about a $50,000 savings. Fifth year, we'll have to replace some equipment. But on the equipment side, we were notified last week that there's a grant available for trail maintenance. And when I first was notified, oh, we don't have any trails. And I look at the map.
we do.
Well, I designated trails by the state. So I look at the map, and 512 and US 1 are designated
Greenway,
trails.
they're part of the Greenway system.
So we can buy equipment through this grant to maintain those areas.
Oh, wow.
So that'll be good.
Yeah,
Now,
all the way out
whether the timing
512,
works out, I don't know.
part of the Greenway system.
Yeah, so we're gonna be applying for that grant, hopefully, to kind of offset some of these costs in the maintenance equipment.
Any questions on Parks and Recreation?
You wanna go over, just go over to capital, if you could, just
Okay.
for them.
So, we have the playground improvements that were budgeted for a couple of years ago, that will continue. Then we have the $20,000 that's designated for general park improvements that are identified by the advisory board. That continues. Riverview Park improvements, I know Brian notified you guys that we did get the Land and Water Conservation Grant, so that's $1.5 million that we will match with $1.5 million. But it really does more than that. It sets us up very well for other grant opportunities that while they may require a match, we can use this as that match. So our monies are.
Yeah,
pretty much
you're
done.
anticipating that over a multi-year period, because you've got
we'll have 3 years.
25, 1
Yeah.
million, and you're consuming your match is gonna run over a multi-year period.
Yes.
We'll have 3 years to
Okay,
do it.
good, good.
And then there's the equipment for the CRA, but as I just mentioned, that we should be able to cover some of that with the grant, the Trails grant. The Main Street shoreline stabilization, the design and permitting is underway. And then Wednesday, you'll have a grant come before you to actually do the work. It's a time, if we don't apply now, it'll be this time next year. So I wanted to go ahead and be proactive and apply now, so that once the monies do become available, we can do the work. Same way with the Main Street boat ramp dredging design. Now, we've applied for grants for the design, but because those grant agencies require you to have a design before they'll fund your construction, we'll have to play that timing game. And then the Twin Piers dry line, and I believe the Fisherman's Landing dry line is in the CRA budget,
Yes.
Development Services budget, but those are all fine grants that we've applied for.
And I just want to touch on one thing, back to the recreation impact fees. So if you go to page 191, because I know this typically will come up at some point during the budget committee discussions, why we don't use recreation impact fees for the golf course and different things such as that. Well, I just want to bring to your attention that the recreation impact fee fund is really low. Let's just say that. So when you look at that, our ending balance at the end of this year, and we actually had to move a couple of projects out of here. The backstops was technically under rec impact fees that we moved to DST. But at the end of this fiscal year, our ending fund balance is only $51,000.
Yeah.
And that is due to, so we had programmed out an expected increase in impact fees coming in to the tune of about $180,000 in previous years. and kind of playing those numbers out. Well, reality is this year we're going to be at about 125. The year before we were less than 100. So that's impacted our projections as we've come along. So we are starting to reduce what's being funded out of rec impact fees to try to get that, to where at least it's a stabilized fund to a significant amount. But that's where we currently are and what we're showing. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I know it typically comes up with using those funds for something other than our parks, and I think that account can't sustain any additional hits against it.
And unless something happens with the new development, I'm not talking about infill in the city, but new development, you're probably looking at not getting the $130,000 a year in rec impact fees.
Correct.
This year and next year and the year after that, because it's going to slow down dramatically.
Yep, I know that Spirit of Sebastian will help at a certain extent on this.
Yeah.
But then, we got to look at what other development that has been approved in the city to be able to sustain this amount. If that development doesn't kick off and get out of the ground, then you're even looking at a worse situation in this fund. But just wanted to make sure that was highlighted and brought to your attention.
And we can't do playground improvements out of DST. So. No, so we have to rely on this money to do the playground improvements.
Correct.
Yeah,
Or we'd have to hit general fund.
yeah, or general fund, yeah.
So, sorry, just wanted to make sure I brought that up.
Thank you.
Any questions on parks and recreation?
I want to say what an amazing job you're doing. You're really excelling over the past Parks and Rec director and just getting some great grants. You're doing a really good job and getting some amazing things done. And I'm glad to see some. I like the idea. You move some of that maintenance to the CRA district, and you're able to use some of that Greenway money off the US 1. I love it. Good job.
I don't know the positive way to say this old saying, but the fish rot from the head. I don't know what the positive of that is. Good leadership.
Well, now, Chris, how are you saying that related to our old parks director?
Richard's doing an amazing job.
And I'll say this, I know what my weaknesses were, and I can say, Richard stepped right in and addressed some of my weaknesses, and I was gonna mention earlier, and I forgot to, I think Richard and other departments as well, but I think we've applied for over 15 grants already this year, it might be closer to 20. And, to be in reality, just the one that we got notified of the other day makes them all worthwhile, because that is a significant amount, but we're obviously going for bigger and better things with some septic sewer and different funds and stuff, and Richard's playing a part in all that because he's been involved in pretty much all of our grant funding efforts, no matter which department it's in. So,
sorry. I was going to say, I try to always remind people, grants are federal tax money, and they're like, well, it's not free money. Well, the difference is, you're correct, it's not free money. We're all going to pay for this money one way or another. The difference is, if we don't apply for these grants, we're paying all that money for other cities and other counties and other towns to take benefit of it. So that's why we need to apply for every single one we can.
Yep, and the reason our old parks director hired somebody that was smarter than him, because that's what you're supposed to do, hire somebody that's smarter than you in areas and keep it going. That's what's smart about that.
Richard's a great addition to the city.
Well, thank you.
Well, as we said a little while ago about the police department being one of our primary goals because of public safety, as far as the surveying of our citizens, the parks is their primary goal.
Yes.
Right.
So this is an extremely important.
And as we've all seen, they're
Yeah, we need to do what we can do to shore it up. I'm concerned about the recreational impact fees because that's where the Parks and Recs Committee has their discretionary fund coming from.
yes.
And it's important that their discretionary fund is money that they use to do things that they see need to be done to the parks. It's not always falling within the CIP.
and Sebastian's only getting younger, as we've all seen.
Yeah, so I hate to see, I hate to see that process get hurt because we don't collect enough money in impact fees out of there, so.
Yeah.
And I know Richard didn't highlight it, but I'm going to highlight it for him because I think it's important. Speaking on that is if you look in the operating area for Parks and Recreation, one of the things is the special event expense, and that has seen almost a $10,500 increase in proposed budget request, and it has to do with trying to do some additional special events and bring some additional things in here, not necessarily at Riverview Park. Okay, let's be clear on that, but other activities and other things within the city that will, help us there as well. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. So, anything else on Parks and Recreation?
I just want to say thank you for looking to hire that additional person. We need those activities back at the community center and wherever else they need to be added for the youth, the elderly, the adults, everybody. We need more fitness and fun.
Just to give you a little, talking about the face of Sebastian changing. When we did Easter, Kathy Falzone, who's been with us for a long time.
Yes, she has.
Was at the front. And after the event, we had 400 people. She said, I did not recognize one person.
Wow.
And she's been with us for 41 years
Yes.
or something like that. So I think that's a
Yeah,
good indicator.
I get, every time I go to one of those youth-related things like that, I get absolutely amazed, because when I moved here, I think the year that I moved here, there were very few people 5 years and older, and there were a bunch of 95-year-olds.
I didn't know where
And
everyone was
so,
filling the high
yeah,
school
And
from.
so all of a sudden, I go in and I look around, and there's all these kids chasing these eggs. Where'd they come from,
Yes.
They're too young. They were born recently, some of them. So.
Yes.
Well, when I got into business down here in
Yeah.
Florida, Sebastian was known as the senior Olympic capital for senior games.
Okay.
This is where everybody came to
Yeah.
do the senior Olympics.
Yeah. Well, some of us are still here.
Briefly touch on the cemetery.
Whatever, I don't want to talk to you anymore right now.
The increases at the cemetery are based around water. We've hooked up the office to county water, so then we had to budget for that monthly bill. And then I've budgeted money to add some smart irrigation controls. We irrigate there almost 23 hours a day. And, having smart irrigation will save some operational money, but it'll do a lot for conservation. It'll do a lot for the use, how much water we use. So that's the major increases in this budget. And we're also getting proposals now to build a new building there because the office that is there now is close to being uninhabitable.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's got a lot of
proposals.
mold and other stuff in there, so.
Yeah, and I'll speak on that real quick. That is not shown in this budget. Obviously, this
Right.
is a cemetery trust fund, and we can utilize those funds. That will come back to you all for approval, but we just didn't have enough information to put that, potential replacement of the building or what was gonna have to happen when we started preparing this. So as we get a little bit more information, we'll probably get it in at some point, but it will come before you all for that. But we did have an evaluation done on that facility, and I think it's just, we're gonna have to make some adjustment there with that building and potentially have to build a brand new one.
Okay, you don't even have that in the schedule
We
for the
do
trust
not,
fund,
no.
do you?
We do
It came
not.
up
Okay.
quickly.
How much impact fees do they charge you when you hooked up to county water?
3,000 and some odd dollars.
Okay.
So we're using that or are we using a well still for irrigation?
Well, we're using well for the irrigation. We needed to hook up to the county water so that we could drill a new well. There are different regulations for a well in a cemetery versus a well anywhere else. So it was advantageous for us to hook up to county water.
We wouldn't have been able to drill a new well, and we have to have a new well there.
Right, and then the smart watering system, I really like that because that goes to our sustainable Sebastian and everything else that we're talking about, protecting the environment. So it's very, very good that we have that smart watering system there for that.
And we're doing some of that conversion in parks as well. That wasn't mentioned earlier, but we are also doing some smart irrigation conversion in parks as well, to try to improve that as well. So a lot of good, positive things are happening. I mean, a lot of changes and things that need to be done, and I'm supportive of everything Richard's doing.
Smart choices.
Smart people make smart choices.
That's right.
Anything else for the?
Yeah.
No.
Councilmember Nunn?
Are you okay with the cemetery? Chris?
I was trying to hit my mute button. Yes, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, good job, Richard.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
We on with the golf course.
Oh, man, you gotta, give me a second. Golf course is going to be,
That's on 117. And then the schedule, if you're interested, is on 194.
94?
194 is their schedule.
And I can come up here too if you need to.
No, come up here. You
Pull that
the-
chair
we're
right
gonna
over
pull a
there.
chair over for you.
117 is where we're regularly starting.
Well, it starts on 119, Municipal Golf Course.
119.
Or 117, I'm sorry, 117.
Let me get
You're right, Fred.
I'm just listening to you. I'm trying to flip at the same time.
How are you guys today?
Good. How are
Good?
you all?
How you doing? Good.
So, I'll get us started here a little bit on the golf course. So, Greg's got some information to share. I asked him to do a little bit of a report, to share with you all in regards to, the rounds that are played at the golf course and
Fantastic.
how those rounds kind of break down with, memberships, which is an annual membership. That cost is shown down in the bottom area. And then also discount cards, where they typically get a discount of our regular rate between $2 and $10, depending on how many holes they're playing in the time of year. And then also the kind of just walk-up regular fees there as well. So we broke it down between fiscal years 22, 23, and then where we currently are in fiscal year 23, 24. Now you're asking, well, why am I getting this information? So what we've done, and I told Greg, let's present it this way, and then we can obviously make adjustments, is I wanted you all to see this information kind of alongside a summary of our revenues and expenses. If you look at this year's proposed FY 24-25 budget on page 117, you can see that we are currently, our expenses are out doing our revenues by approximately $134,405. So we, I wanted him to kind of highlight these areas, the memberships, discount cards, regular fees, to kind of try to look at where we could potentially make up some of that deficit at with raising our rates. I think we're also in a really important time at the golf course as well. As you all know, we had some issues this winter with the greens. But also I think, at some point we have to look at, get kind of a happy medium with our rates and rounds played. I think we've been driving rounds played, when on a golf course, sometimes that overage of rounds played results in negative course conditions. So I think, that's kind of where we're at. We understand we're a public course, and that's what we're striving to be. We're not striving to be something else. But just wanted to provide you all these details and kind of outline and begin this discussion showing where we currently are with the deficit and what's kind of driving that as we go through this.
Okay.
So we will, and like I said, this initial information, we will probably, take this and kind of work it and figure out where we can go and what we can potentially do with our cost. I mean, I think probably our biggest opportunity, just looking at what other courses in the area charge, is probably our membership rate. I mean, if you look at Sand Ridge, Fairwinds don't even have an annual membership. The Habitat, that one's $3,400. Obviously, it includes cart fees, but I think that's probably where we're getting a big number. When you look at our annual membership rounds played, that is a big number of what happens at our golf course, when you really take a look at that. So I think that's probably where we look at as far as rates go. Everything else we're kind of in the ballpark with, and I would hate to kind of start to upset those numbers too much with in comparison to other courses.
I will say too, the deficit. There we go. Yeah, now the deficit, just like Mr. Kilgore stated in the budget review meeting this week, the revenue projections were very conservative. I didn't go crazy with the green fee and cart fee numbers. Always thinking that there could be a really bad weather event, or more than just one event, maybe 2 or 3 straight weeks of rain or something. That really affects your bottom line in the golf world. There's no making it up. So I was careful with that. I could have easily probably put in another $100,000 between green fees and cart fees on revenue. But again, I just wanted to be careful and not shoot ourselves in the foot if we did have, like I said, 2 or 3 straight weeks of rain, or Lord forbid, a hurricane that would shut us down for, the same thing, a couple weeks or whatever. There is a State of Florida public golf meeting coming up on September 11th that I'll be going to, and we usually have this meeting in May. It got postponed for some reason. The biggest thing since COVID when I go to these public golf meetings is what is there, and we don't really discuss what everybody's rates are going to be, so we all like charge the same thing, but that is definitely the biggest topic since COVID is where are your rates going? I don't know a golf course that really hasn't raised rates on an annual basis really, since 2020, to tell you the truth. And, I did that breakdown, kept it real simple, just, the morning rate. We could have gotten extravagant there with 9-hole rates, walking rates. I think too many numbers would overwhelm anybody. So I just kept it the morning 18-hole rate with cart. And you can see we're already basically, tax included too. So you can see we're basically under everybody now as it is. So at 60,000 rounds, if we looked at even a dollar or two increase across the board for 18 and 9-hole rates, you can easily see how much that would bring in. And as Brian alluded to as well, there's definitely room to raise the annual membership. We did not raise the annual membership from 22-23 to 23-24. We did keep that the same. So there is a little room to raise there. There's a couple other nominal things that we've already raised. I say nominal, but again, at the end of the year, they add up. Club rental. We really upgraded our golf clubs for club rental, so we raised that price. Again, thanks to the public golf meetings I go to, I was extremely under what everybody else was charging for rental clubs. So now we're $15 for 9 and $30 for 18, and before that we were around $10 for a set of rental clubs. But again, we bought nice sets of Tour Edge, and everybody likes them. We've even sold some sets of Tour Edge because people like those rental clubs so much. And another category that we are going to raise because we finally upgraded the floor is the bag storage room. The bag storage rate for the year is only $72
Wow.
to rent a locker. That may be the best deal in Sebastian.
Right?
So there's room to raise that a little bit too, and there's about 60 lockers in there. So again, we raised that up to about, maybe around $100 for the year.
Mm-hmm.
Right there's another nice amount of revenue.
So I think we've got some ways to do this. I just wanted to make sure we showed and highlighted where we currently were in the situation. And if you even go back and look at page 194 at our ending balances, you can see we just start to work into a negative, and that's not the goal of the golf course. We want to make sure that we're covering our expenses and making sure that we're taking care of that stuff. So,
Well, there's two reasons, in my opinion, that we need to modify the budget. The first is, of course, we don't need to show a loss at the golf course, and there's no reason to. I agree with you 100%. I looked at the numbers on the projected revenue, and you were below your revenue projection is more than the loss below your last year's the 23-24.
Exactly.
So I mean, even if you brought that up to the 23-24 amount,
Right.
and included no increase, you're going to cover that loss pretty much. So that's a matter of mechanical changing the budget. But I think we also need to seriously consider creating a budget that is as reflective as we can, so we can begin to pay back the loans to the city faster. That's an issue that comes up every year at the Budget Review Committee, and as they talk about it and people watch the meetings, other people talk about it. So I think it's important that we do that if we can do that. And increasing that $750 or $950 amount by $100 is you're talking about 13,000 members at $100 a pop. That's a
Sure.
chunk of change.
Sure.
So maybe you go $50.
150
Yeah.
members.
Huh?
150 members.
And that's
Not
the
150
cap
members.
amount
Yeah,
of members you
150.
allow.
I looked at the wrong number. Yeah. So, but I mean, even, so to me, it would be worth making those adjustments in this current budget process, in this current budget, and showing the impact of that, and showing what increase we can do with the payback to the city, if any, and showing that the golf course is not losing. Golf course is an asset, and even if it lost $134,000 this year, it'd be worth, to me, it's worth it.
Sure.
That's simple.
Yeah, are the locker rentals done annually?
Yes.
Or are they all done at the same time, or are they
Yep,
prorated?
just like
So
the,
they all go at the same time?
Right.
When
And
is
there's
that done?
there's a waiting list for lockers too, so it's safe to say, all 60 lockers will be rented, October 1. We'll expect everybody to come in and re-up their membership locker. If they do have a locker, maybe they have a discount card. Everybody will do that in October.
So they come in after October 1st. I just want to
Yes.
make sure we're, okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So that's good to have the
Okay.
increase at that point, so.
So we'll, Greg and I'll finalize what we're planning to do here. We'll kind of equate that back into the budget, and then that way we don't show a negative. Like I said, I told him, let's show it now, so that it was open,
I know.
so you guys where we currently were, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. And I don't know what you might do about the rates. I mean, even if you jumped them just $1 around,
Yeah, I
you're
wouldn't
still
raise,
under the competition.
yeah, I wouldn't raise them a lot, just
No.
with all the flack we received
Yeah.
last year with the condition of the course. I wouldn't. If we have a really solid year and up our reputation, then maybe.
Sure.
But that's just, I don't think that's the place to get the money right now.
Right.
And the cart rental, is there a reason, I mean, from a cart rental perspective,
Right.
we've got new carts, we've got
Brand new carts,
GPS, we got,
exactly.
it's a different cart than it used to be.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I
With
could
the
see-
exception it stops if you pull off the sidewalk at the wrong time.
I know.
Don't just stop
It made me
you.
drive backwards.
It gives you an opportunity it warns you prior to, you just got to pay attention and
Yes.
say, I'm approaching an area now, oh, I better turn off here.
I told a friend actually the other day,
I got hung
you
up
know,
on 14.
if you quit trying to drive them on the green, they won't turn off on you. He must have seen a picture of Jackie Gleason putting, because that's what he used to do, drive right up to the green and putt from the
Sure
golf cart.
did.
Yeah, but there are, when you're speaking of that though, there are some areas, and I tell folks all the time when you talk about this, they go, on this particular hole, why do they have it where you can't go here? I'm like, listen, if it looked like you should be able to go there, especially between fairways or something like that, one fairway adjacent to the other, then let staff know, because if they don't know that this is happening, they can't change it. So if you go and let them know that, hey, take a look at this area, see what the geofence is in this area, can we adjust it? And they'll be more than happy to take a look at that. But if you don't tell them, of course you're going to keep running into the same problem everybody else too, because they're going to think somebody else told them, and that's not the case.
Now,
And
how about-
we've listened to several customers, and we have tweaked it a good bit. We've shrunk that geofence a little bit on really every hole.
Yeah,
In
I
certain
know,
areas.
but there are some spots that probably need to be looked at, but,
Sure.
Now, how about the driving range? What are our rates there? Is there any wiggle room there?
Okay, we did raise the cost of a token this past season.
Okay,
A token, tax included, was $3. It's now $4.
okay,
We did that, well, number one, we did that because I realized I hadn't raised range ball prices in like a decade.
yeah,
Okay.
Literally.
10 years, yeah.
It stayed, and our closest competitor went way up on a token. And we noticed it almost immediately. Our range was packed. So yeah, we went from $3 to $4, and that is $3 less than our nearest competitor.
Right.
So, yeah, we got a little bit
okay,
of flack for going from 3 to 4, but most people knew good and well that it was still a very good value
okay,
in comparison to, our local competitor. And our range balls are good. I think we're good at $4
okay.
per token right now.
I only know what the juniors get.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what they do with candy bars.
I've noticed.
And the
Get
pints
a
of ice
smaller
cream.
I beat
basket.
two of them.
Hey, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, so are we talking about redoing this budget line with a slight increase?
Yeah, so I think what we'll do based on the feedback I'm hearing from you all is we'll look at possibly going up on the individual rates like $1 each one. Discount card will probably, it seems to be pretty reasonable compared to everybody else. Probably stay with the discount card. Memberships, we will raise those. We'll work those numbers, and bring it back and make the adjustments.
And the locker.
The locker
And the locker
rental.
rentals as well.
Yeah.
We'll adjust that, and bring that back to you all.
And I'm not so sure you can't do the cart rental by
Right.
a dollar or something.
Yeah, I think, I agree with you. We have not
Yes.
raised the member cart rate for quite some time.
Yeah, and
It's
we
been
put- I mean-
17 for a few years anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would,
More
I
than
know
a
Fred's a
few,
member, he doesn't like that idea, but I would, I mean,
I used to be a member.
With the GPS alone's worth $1 a round more.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but this is all dependent on, as long as we stay on track, because what we experienced through this past winter with, you
That's
know,
it.
we had a bunch of things happen at our course. And we really, I think we should really watch what we're doing right now until we get things
I
fully back
agree.
functioning very well. They're doing a really good job out there with the fairway cuts, the apron cuts, all the other things that are happening. The greens are looking much better, but, you know, we really need to watch what the timing on
I
some
mean,
of those.
if the feeling is that because of the issues we experienced last year, that we should minimize our impact on the cost to play the course, then the other option is for us to underwrite that $150,000 out of our reserves.
Well, but,
So
so why
that's
don't
in
we,
fact what we're doing by showing a $150,000 loss. But, although it's in the special, it's in the golf course fund, so it's not there, but I mean, reality, that's what we're doing.
okay, so let us, and I completely agree with you and understand that sentiment with what happened this winter. So why don't, Greg and I'll go back, we'll look at the locker rentals, that will increase.
Yep.
We'll look and see, maybe instead of looking at raising rates, we look at, our benefit of raising the 18-hole cart fee by $1. So then really we're not hitting everything else.
Right.
Okay, maybe look at those and then give it a break this year with increases and see. And then and let's get through this year and kind of see, hold our conditions and go from there. And then see how that affects our deficit. See if we can get close enough to cutting our deficit with more realistic numbers, with that adjustment to the lockers and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
I just don't want to see a whole bunch of
Yeah,
changes
no, I
all
understand
at
that.
I
once,
don't
though, you know,
either.
and that's going to be a big turnoff for a lot of folks.
It is a
So
tough year.
We
and
can minimize, but we know we've got to raise some funds somewhere, so something has to go up. But to
we're-
do it all at once is not a good idea.
we're in a hard position, everybody knows my son golfs a lot, and I've been to many courses, some very, very nice, and many other municipality courses. And, our nearest competitor, I try to tell people, it's a diamond in the rough. Most municipal courses are not like that one.
Yeah.
And a lot of people need to remind themselves of that. We're very spoiled in this county with the condition of that particular one. Ours really, I know we had a bad year, but overall, it's in good shape considering the other public courses we have been to with all of these tournaments we attend. But being that what it is, I think we need to be very mindful of the unfortunate and fortunate position we are in and not look at raising anything this year with play.
My only other concern is not raising and continuing to see the number of rounds played. I think
Sure.
at some point, we have to consider the number of rounds that are played on our course. It is really hard to get the daily traction on our greens, and I'm just saying greens and
True.
tee boxes, because everybody stands on every single one of those. Okay, especially the green. Every single golfer that's out there stands on that green and walks that green every single day. Okay, fairways is spread out, it's a little bit more reasonable. But the compaction on the greens and seeing what happened this year and knowing that our greens, they're still stressed. I mean, they're coming back great. They look a lot better. And they're rolling better, but still the compaction, we can aerify, we can verticut, we can do all that. But that's my only concern is the sheer number of rounds that are played. I mean, you look at this, we're close to 60,000 rounds on that golf course a year. So I just think, just keep that, we'll take the input. But
If you
it's a
want the
number.
golf course to recover, you reduce the rounds. It's that simple. I mean,
That's
you
true.
go to, I mean, go to places like Tidewater in South Carolina. When they aerate their fairways, they close their course down for a period of time.
All right, you
It's
either
simple,
shut
because
them
if you want it to
down.
recover, you reduce the rounds. There's two ways we could reduce the rounds. We can close the course for a month or 6 weeks right now because it's off-season, and we can tell people we're fixing the problems, we're taking care of it. You're not playing golf on this course for a month or 6 weeks. That reduces our revenue. I don't know that it does a correspondingly large enough reduction in expenses to offset that revenue loss. That's the key to that. The other way to do it is to raise the rates and slow down the play because people don't want to pay it.
I feel like people
And and the question in my mind is that if we raise the rates and it reduces the rounds on a stressed course, the course will get better quicker than it will be if we don't do that.
I feel
So
like
to me, raising the rates is the more appropriate way to getting that course out from being stressed, is to, let's reduce the rounds from 60 to 55,000 or 52,000 by increasing the rates to the point where the people who are not serious golfers aren't going to come out there and play. I mean, there are members of your annual membership who, if you bump it up $100, may not buy an annual membership.
Right.
I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Way it
And that
is,
will
yeah.
ultimately, because they're probably the largest number of round producers on the course. I mean, each
they
member,
are.
each of those people is going to play more. So that'll reduce your rounds. That's less footprints on your greens. That's less, we've already taken care of the problem with the carts running all over the place. But, so to me, you've got to reduce the rounds to get the course straightened out. So, and I think the easiest thing to do is to reduce the rates. I mean, increase the rates. I agree with doing that. I know it's a problem, and people are going to say, well, gosh, the course was in such bad shape last year, but I don't know how you do it any other way.
But don't you-
And I don't know how we can have an enterprise fund that has a loss. I really don't believe that we have a negative number in our financials on an enterprise fund. The concept behind that fund, we have to underwrite that by writing a check from the city to that fund. We either do that by loaning them more money out of the building department, or we do that by just granting them money out of our general fund, one of the two. Well, I don't think it's financially prudent for there to be a loss on an enterprise fund like that. I just don't think it is.
I agree with that, but so are we looking to raise our rates beyond our competitor? Because I think people are just going to complain and still go play.
No, if you raise them $1 a round, there will be some number of people don't play. I don't know how many. But
I don't know if it's
and-
enough.
But the worst thing, the thing is, that's going to reduce your loss on the fund. I mean, that's going to stop us from having to make another loan, or that's going to do something like that. So, and that may also reduce play a little bit. And quite frankly, if the greens are starting to recover at the current level of play, they'll recover that much faster and that much better if you reduce it 5%. Some number.
But I think we're already talking about that, about if you raise the locker fees, you raise the annual membership fee, and take a look at that and see how that plays out over the next year. And then you can come back and say, hey, did we balance this, or are we still under? Maybe we need to look at raising now the cart fee or whatever for every golfer or something, so.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, Brian's got to balance that budget. So if what we say to them is, let's raise the annual membership fees, let's raise the locker fees, and let's raise the cart fees to whatever extent you think you can to get rid of that $34,000. Raise them to that point. That's fine. Do that to get that negative off the balance sheet. And hopefully that will reduce rounds a little bit. That'll help it recover. So, but I think we need those three things. You mentioned the locker fee and the annual membership fee, but I think the carts, we've provided a big value in those carts.
Yes.
I mean, we really did. So I think that warrants an increase. Maybe we should have, when we put GPS on them, increased them right then.
No, but we have others that have GPS on theirs, and I'm going to take a look at this sheet. And they're just slightly above where we are. One of them that I know that has the GPS on the carts is only a couple dollars more than us, so.
And I do expect, like all three of the comparisons, I do expect their rates to go up too.
Yeah.
This current, or next fiscal year, I should say it. the cost of public golf is going to get interesting in the state of Florida as life goes on. I don't know if anybody's going to be opening a public golf course much more in this whole state. I mean, you see a bunch of private clubs still opening. I mean, Golf Digest did a big article on Martin County. There were 9 or 10 are opening in Martin County, all private clubs though. We had a public facility up in Palm Bay that's now shut down, which is a bizarre story, but it's shut down and it's not going to reopen. And it only, the demand is really, really there.
There's another one in Rockledge that's about to close too.
Oh, really?
So.
And they'll sell that piece of property to somebody who wants to build houses.
It'll be a subdivision, of course.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yeah, I agree with Mayor Dodd on this. Our job is to make sure that what you're coming forth with, especially an enterprise fund, that it's paying for itself. And if we can help do that and help improve the course by the number of footsteps on that course daily, even if it may be minor, and then I guess we have to reevaluate, and that we're not pricing ourselves above our local competition, which is obviously Sandridge directly. I think what he said was right on. I think, you know, if the lockers, we feel like we have to charge more there. We have to charge more for the course itself to play, and if the membership needs to go up too as well, you know, what we're charging for the carts probably just need to be addressed a little bit. It's not saying we have to do huge increases, but small increases over a year can help make up a deficit. And I just think we would be irresponsible. You know, there's lots of things I do in my life, and decisions I make, but I try not to sit here and make my decisions what I think should be best for the city. So I believe that we have a responsibility, a fiscal responsibility to our citizens to make sure this fund is paying for itself, because it is kind of a private situation. You have to pay to be here. So that's my thoughts.
Anything else? Anybody else?
Is there, with the membership, is there like a blackout fee? Like how many they can play in the winter rounds? Because then theirs is really much cheaper.
Sure.
Right.
And they'd be playing a lot more in the winter time. So that's, I mean, they're making, you know, some of the other courses, they're not comparable with that membership fee because they don't offer a membership fee.
Right.
Where they're going and playing. So what are the number of
Sandridge has
rounds?
a card, but they don't have a membership.
Right.
You have to play at least a minimum of 3 rounds in order to make up the difference if you were a member.
3 rounds a week?
Minimum of 3.5 rounds a week in order to pay for that membership to pay, for it to be financially
But remember,
responsible.
the membership card only covers the golf, not the cart. So these rates down here include cart. So when a
Right,
member goes out and plays,
no,
they have to rent a
I
car.
see that, but I'm figuring $950 is for a resident, the $1,400 is for a non-resident?
No,
family.
950 is for a single,
Okay,
and the 1,400 would be for a couple.
right. So for $950, if I play 2 rounds a week, that's 100 rounds a year. So I pay $9.50 plus whatever the cart fee to play. That's way less than, I mean, if you're playing 3 rounds a week, you're talking 150 rounds that you're playing. So 150, you're paying $6.
No.
$6 a round is what you're paying.
Yeah,
And then, so,
No,
and
we
again, you're
usually just
talking about
watch
the
all the-
stress. And that's what I hear is the greens are blowing up, the greens are blowing up, and Mr. Dodd's exactly right. It's the law of supply and demand.
Yes.
So, and again, the golfer wants to get the cheapest rate. Sebastian, I mean, what are the other guys seeing? They seeing this amount of traffic that we're seeing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But then again, is we're all getting the same traffic, but then we're hurting. I don't see a problem with raising the rates a bit. I mean, the locker fee, you're talking what, $4,000 there? $4,000 doesn't touch this. I mean, it's in the rounds.
Craig, in peak season, how many rounds are you getting a day at Sebastian?
Easily over 200,
Okay.
easily.
Yeah.
Some days are like a banner day
Sandridge.
would be 240.
I know
And like a banner day
Sandridge-
would be 240.
I know Sandridge, they have 2 courses, obviously, but they're anywhere around 550.
Yep.
So they're getting
Yeah,
the
right
same.
on par with us, just double.
Exactly. Okay.
Everything is just kind of double on their
Right.
numbers.
Now, about how many of those rounds are members versus discount card holders or non-members?
Percentage-wise, the members are going to about 35%.
About 35%.
About 30. And some members, believe me, it's just like joining a gym. We've had some members that we hardly ever see them. I don't understand. And then we do have some members that really get their value. They may
every
play
day.
5 days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the ones that play 5, they're only playing 9 holes a day. But it kind of goes both ways. We have some snowbirds that go ahead and get a membership because they've done the math. They play a lot when they're here for 5 or 6 months, but then they're gone. But we still have their annual membership. It definitely goes both ways.
Is there a consensus for Brian to redo this and try to get rid of this loss?
Oh, well, we need to be fiscally responsible,
Yes.
so we've got to figure out some way to balance this budget
for-
on that. So
And for the two of them to get together and concentrate
There you go.
their changes on cart fees, membership fees, and round, and
rounds
open golf round fees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
perfect.
And try to get that down. And I would say, Brian, that if you can't get it down, I know there are some people, especially on the Budget Review Committee, going to probably throw atomic bombs at me to say this, but I think somebody like the building department's got to loan him enough money to cover the additional loss.
Well, I think we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll do some
Because
work
we
and we'll
cannot
get there.
show a loss on this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, and I just want to also say, even with this, when you look at the entire way that we're looking at it, I think we'll be able to figure it out based on raising locker fees, membership fees, and round fees minimally. I don't think we need to go big drastic.
Well, I'm just saying that, yeah, that rather than show a loss on that budget item, we need to come up with some way. And then, as I said earlier, we need to start thinking, starting next budget cycle, what do we do to be able to make sure? Because I looked at last year, I don't believe we made a full payback last year on the loans. In the last fiscal year, or this current fiscal year, we haven't paid back the full amount that was budgeted on the loans, I don't believe. And it's got $100,000 in there, I think, right now for the coming fiscal year for payback.
Yep.
And I just don't see any way, under the current conditions out there, that you're gonna be able to pull $100,000 out to pay back that loan.
Yeah.
So we might wanna rethink those loan schedules or try to come up with some other opportunity to do that.
Well, I mean, this fiscal year, we're pulling out 80,000. And it goes to 100,000 next year to try
Yeah.
to start to close
Right.
this,
So,
get these things closed out.
yeah.
Looking at those
So
numbers.
when I say loan money, I'm talking about reduce that payment, not more cash, but reduce that payment to the building department to balance it, the budget. But, and if these changes that we make this year get us a balance next year, but we're gonna face this problem again. That's the reason public courses aren't being built. Municipalities are just not able to financially maintain them. We've got a great course. It's a great asset to this city, and if there's absolutely any way in the world for us to keep running that course, we need to do it. And then we need to not get ourselves caught up in a situation where we financially have, so.
We're gonna have to start preparing too to do some renovations at that course as well. I mean, it's coming in the near future that we're gonna have to renovate greens. We can't keep, last time I think it was just how was it said the other
We
day?
call it a no-till.
Just a resod of the greens. They didn't really go down
Strip the
any
top layer.
depth.
But you're
or
talking about
anything.
going all the way down to the drainage systems and
Correct.
everything on it.
Where you go about
Because I think
20 inches
that caused
down.
that's causing a lot of our problems on the front nine. So those are things that we're gonna have, and so it's an opportunity for us to really take a look at it and continue to go forward.
And then is there an ability with the membership to have a resident, non-resident fee?
Right.
There is, it's just a factor of how do we, checking everybody's ID and doing things like that and stuff like that, but that's not
Well, I mean, if they got a membership, they're either showing their ID, either they live in Sebastian or they don't live in Sebastian.
Okay, I see what you're saying, yes, so on the memberships, yeah, it wouldn't be that, we wouldn't be checking them every single day, it would just be when they come in for their membership, we'd verify their residency, whether it's in the city or outside.
That might be something you think about when you're
Yes.
reviewing this.
Do you know, do you have any idea on the percentage breakdown of residents, non-residents on memberships?
The majority of them are residents.
Okay.
There's no question. They live in the city limits. We used to have resident, non-resident for everything. I mean, even, 18-hole rates, 9-hole rates, walking. It did become overwhelming with people proving residency. At times, we would have people come to the counter they would bring an FPL bill. They could just be renting somewhere and they showed me the FPL bill. Well, I'm a resident. Well, I'm a resident for 3 months. They were adamant that they were, and that's when we just decided, you know what, let's just have one rate. That way we don't have to worry about this, people bringing in tax bills, whatever.
Yeah,
it's
but
worth
you only
offering
have
memberships.
150 memberships, so for
Right.
the membership, that seems like a valuable thing
Oh,
to offer. I wanted to add too, for the membership, you have 950 for a single and 1,400 for a couple. I understand trying to offer a discount, but that's a pretty deep discount. I mean, that's $400.
That's a good
And
point.
if
So
there's four
I
of
would,
you,
maybe 200, but,
Right.
I would definitely look at making that gap a little tighter.
Sure. That's a good idea.
And I don't know how many are multi-person versus single person, but,
The majority are singles.
Yeah, the rest
As
of them, there are a
life goes on,
few.
they've got no more singles.
Sure.
Yeah, there are a few that come that are couples that play all the time, but it's not that many. You can
Right.
see
Right.
it on any given day. That if you know the people, you'll see that
I'm
there's
sure.
this couple, they play with this other couple, but it's not a lot of people that are
Right.
couples into it, so.
should
well, if it's
hire-
any consolation, you're
Fred
not
should
the
be the
biggest problem we
starter.
have.
He knows who comes and goes.
If I was a starter, man, everybody'd be kicked off there.
All right, so Greg, let's go through your administration and greens and carts and go through those numbers now.
All right.
We're not gonna, I know like position-wise, you're not asking for any new positions. Nothing's changed in golf course administration. So the only increase in personnel is longevity and then negotiated pay and insurance costs is typical of everybody else. You can take the rest.
Okay, on the, on the main expenses, everything, we've really tried to, just keep them down as good as we can. Some things are fixed, a couple of the big numbers, what we pay into the general fund, that number goes up annually, but I know there's nothing we can do about that. We also have the airport rent. That's a fairly big number, but it's, Ken's doing his best to keep that as low as he can. A lot of the other numbers are, again, something as simple as janitorial supplies. It's shocking how much they have increased. And, through the years, we keep having to add literally another $1,000 a year to things like that to just keep that going. I don't think there's anything that really jumps out, where we really raised a lot. We try to keep everything down as good as we can. Departmental supplies, years ago, we were as low, around $2,300. We're asking for $4,000 this year. Paper and all that, it just adds up quick. But I don't think we're asking for anything, out of line or anything on those.
Are you still, you get 45 in the bank charges, that's your processing fees for credit
Yes,
cards?
sir, yeah.
Have you shopped that around recently to see if there's anything you can do to get that knocked
They
down?
just got a new
Just
system.
recently, yeah, just got a new system.
Yeah, just got a new system.
Okay. The one thing I know, and this is not a big chunk of money, but on your 1.5 part-time cashier people, the expense for 23, 24 was, is 39, but the budget was 58 for 24, 25. That seems like a relatively large percentage increase between 39 in 23, 24 and 58,000 in 24, 25. Is there some reason why those part-time salaries went up that big a percentage?
That's mainly mostly just the longevity.
Yeah, possibly a longevity increase there, but did we hire someone at a higher rate or anything recently?
No,
From a
we
cashier
No,
standpoint?
because I mean, that's like a, I don't know, 20%, I haven't got a calculator, but that's pretty hefty percentage increase in cost there. And once again, it's minuscule kind of money when you're talking about that, but it's still,
Are we
it
increasing
kind of
their
jumped out
hours or
at me.
anything?
No.
Was it the minimum wage requirement?
I think we're already within that.
I think we were within that
level.
before. Our minimum is $14.50,
you are
so
right,
minimum
that is
wage would have
part
been
of it.
50 cents an hour
Okay.
more.
Because it will go up another $1.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, it might be. It just jumped out because it was such a big jump in, from a percentage point of view, from one to the other, so it popped out pretty heavy, but.
It's a heck of an operation when you think about it. It's 364 days a year.
Yeah,
You know, we have an AM cashier and a PM cashier. So basically two 6-hour shifts each and every day, you know, Saturday, Sunday, holidays. And Mr. McPartland is certainly correct. I keep forgetting we have to keep tacking on another $1 a year up until we get to, well, it'll be $15 an hour.
Yeah.
and I did see some stuff, some people complain about the ice machine out there. Was it not working for a while?
We just recently replaced it.
Yeah, we have a new ice
But you
machine.
got 'em-
It's working
Last year.
Well, you
fine.
got a 2728
machine.
capital improvement to replace the ice
Yeah,
machine.
that'll be
Yeah,
the
that'll
next
be
time we have
coming
to
up,
replace
yeah.
it, yeah.
But that's, so this is, it was just replaced?
Last year.
Last year, okay. I heard, because I remember hearing, seeing somebody.
Yeah, there for the longest time,
Yeah,
Greg was
right.
having to go buy bags of ice and.
Yeah, I know, right? That was horrible at the time.
I was stealing it from Public Works.
Yeah, exactly.
He was bagging it there and bringing it over.
So Greg, there's a couple of things on here, though. I know it's not very much money, but we're talking about pest and weed control. Is this mostly for pests inside the building? It would be on page 30, 130 in our book, but
Oh,
it's
we're not-
$144.
We haven't made it quite that far yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Fred,
Hold on, before, let's go through.
No,
green.
yeah.
holy
Okay.
mackerel, and I'm on 121.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Now we're going to greens on 124.
I just done went through everything already, so I'm just ready to move.
Okay.
Okay, going to greens. Again, same thing. We're trying to keep everything as low as we can and quite similar. A lot of this, you just gotta kind of bank on, that cliche of planning for the worst and hope for the best. You know, like the irrigation number, that looks like a big number, $15,000. We just don't know. We may get extremely lucky and not even spend half of that. I shudder to think if we have like one pump problem can be extremely expensive. Just having somebody come work on that pump, and Lord forbid if they have to remove the pump, you know, they have to get a forklift and everything else. It just gets, it can get out of hand quick. So we're hoping we won't spend all 15,000 of irrigation, but I do think we just have to have it in there. You know, again, just planning for the worst. We went ahead and banked on the, you know, the groundskeeping number. You see that is going up. So we plugged that in. We all know, that all of their supplies have gone up. I mean, just fuel, oil, a greens mower. I can't believe what a greens mower costs now. I was telling the superintendent, the last one the city officially bought was around $15,000. And now they're almost 40 for the exact same mower, a Toro. So you do see that 714-800 number there. That's from IGM. You know, we just have a nominal amount in buildings. Again, just planning on if something happens, maybe with electric or lights or something in their maintenance building, but that's not a big number. The grounds maintenance number, 7,000, that's just anything special that we may not really want to do, more like need to do. Maybe we've got an area that just absolutely looks terrible. We want to get some flowers and some mulch in there or something. That's what, again, and we may not even spend that 7,000 or all of it anyway, but just planning on, you know, if anything goes wrong, we've got it if we need it there.
And then I'll say, like, looking down at our capital outlay schedule, we've got $50,000 a year over the course of the next few years. That's going to have to be adjusted depending on what we need to do with capital improvements at the course. And I mean, I listened to Greg talk and kind of how fiscally responsible he is in trying to explain these things and how you know, we may not spend this, at some point, we've got to realize that we're just gonna have to spend some money at the golf course. I mean, we can't just continue to hold back and then all of a sudden we get bombarded with complaints because things aren't being done. So these are all things that just coming up in future years. That's why I think really taking a look at the fees and how we're projecting out into the future in consideration of that, knowing that we've got to spend some money at this golf course. If we want to improve the conditions, if we want to, be a decent public course, we're going to have to make some changes in the future.
There's a tipping point, I think, in the grounds of the golf course. And maybe we're close to that tipping point where if we don't do those improvements, then we lose the course. Because we lose the greens, we lose the fairways.
Microphone, Mayor Dodd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There's a tipping point in that, and that's maybe we're getting close to that. And that's, that's a plan we might need to put together. Maybe we think about doing that this year. I'm talking about through the next fiscal year. We think about doing that and take a look. What is the cost if we put together a more long-range, 3 to 5 year plan to stop the degradation of the fairways and the greens and so forth? Because what'll happen is one day, no matter what the chemicals that people put on it, they won't respond.
Correct.
And then you'll find dead spots all over the fairways, and you'll find, greens that have sand spots on them. So, and we don't want it to get to that way, at that point. We have to stop it from getting that point. So maybe we should put that together. But that's something we're going to have to finance through methods other than our cash flow. I mean, we're going to have to actually borrow money to do that. Do some type of municipal bond, do something, and we have to really think our way through that. And $25,000 or $50,000 a year probably isn't even the bond service on doing what we have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree. I just wanted to bring that up because, I mean, like I know Greg's doing what he thinks is best, and he's being very fiscally conservative with the dollars at the golf course.
Okay.
But it's been that way for so long
Right.
that it all just adds up, and it
Yes.
adds up, and it adds up, and eventually, we've got to spend some money there.
I remember
it's-
when it came $1 million for the sprinkler system, and that was being held together with spit and string for so many years. So that was costing you all that money then if you just put the $1 million in at the time, you wouldn't have paid all that. So it's the same thing like maintaining your house. If you put everything off, everything off, ultimately it's condemned.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is that maybe we charge him with coming up with a plan in the next fiscal year for us to do what we have to do to that course. I mean,
Before it gets too
which
far gone.
includes replacing the greens. Maybe we don't replace all 18 greens plus the putting green in one round. Maybe we do 4, 4, 4, whatever, I don't know. Come up with a plan to do that, and then we can start doing some put out some RFPs and find out what the cost is. I'm sure you belong to some public golf course association that would allow you to talk to other people about, let's get an engineering type estimate on this, on what it would take to do it, and then put together a plan to execute it. So, and also, one other question is, and I turned my mic off
No,
originally.
you're good, you're good, it's on, it's on.
No, put it, no,
No, it's off now. Oh,
Okay, in the grounds, I didn't intend, I was going to try to have a conversation with you.
Oh,
but
okay.
In the groundskeeping maintenance thing, the stuff that we talked about the
So,
current
yeah.
contractor, is that included in here?
So our change, so it will be coming to you all the end of August.
That's why I wanted to
That's our
bring it up.
next meeting.
August 28th.
We plugged it in here as a number.
Okay,
But it will be coming to you all, and it will be coming with our recommendation on what we do for this next fiscal year in regards to grounds maintenance at the golf course. I know it's been a hot topic item. We've been discussing it for 6 months, I think, back to January. And I think our plan is to do what we feel is best for the golf course, and what we feel over the course of the next year, and then we have a plan going forward after that as well.
and this 714 that's in here is what you would anticipate that plan will cost?
That, as far as for groundskeeping, yes, for next fiscal year, yes.
That's what I was going to
Yes,
get at.
yes.
Okay, yeah, all right, because I knew that was coming, because we talked about it, but I
Yeah.
didn't know if it was included here or not.
Yes, that's the number.
Okay, good. All right. I'm
yeah,
fine.
so, all of those, are the equipment that they use, is it our equipment or is it their equipment? The
it's theirs.
lawnmowers and all of that, right?
Their equipment.
And we pay them for for the weed control and all of that stuff, right? That should be in their budget. So
That's all
why
in
are
their
we
budget.
showing something on otherwise, like in operating expenses, and then also in?
Hold on, so we're in Green's
I'm sorry.
division. So
Yeah,
pest and
in
weed
the,
control, we
Greens
budget
division, right.
$120.
Right.
I mean, that's probably, I don't know, Greg, what would you use $120 from the Greens division?
That is just around their building. That's basically rat control, is all that is.
Oh, that's pest control around their building. We pay for that because our guys come around and
Okay,
spray. Sorry,
it
yes.
says pest and weed control, but we're
It's
paying
just
the
pest.
maintenance
Shouldn't really
company
say
to do
weed.
all the weed stuff,
Yes.
is my
Yes,
concern.
yeah,
Well, it's not
just-
weeds, it's just pest control
Oh,
around
okay,
their building.
okay.
Yeah, there's rat, there's the bait traps.
Yeah, so that
Around
would
the
be the
building.
same in the carts division as well, the
Exactly.
144 there, okay.
Correct, the carts, that's our cart building there that we pay for that.
Right, okay, so it's not about weed control,
No.
it's pest completely?
No,
Okay.
sir. That's certainly needed around the cart barn, just with that, with the dumpster
Well,
right,
yeah.
right next door.
And the lockers as well, so.
Yes, we've had,
So the cart division,
issues.
pretty much the same, I mean, just a little bit of an increase with that. Really, that's an R&M of operating equipment, but other than that, it's pretty much standard, same as last year, other than some increases in personnel.
personnel went up, but same thing, kept everything as low as we could, just, you know, a lot of it, R&M buildings, R&M operating equipment, that's just planning on, you know, if we have an electrical issue in the cart barn, or maybe the range, you know, the gasoline range cart, you know, it needs some work or something. That's all that is there.
Yeah, and to add to your stuff for the future stuff, what we were just talking about earlier, that cart barn is, it's just old.
It's old.
It's dilapidated, and there's things need to be done there, so, yeah.
I mean, I'll say, I mean, there's plenty of things, I feel as though, you know, we've kind of limped by on a lot of things.
Yeah.
I mean, little things that I notice when I'm out there. I was out there playing a couple weeks ago, and it's just little things that we can do, and we can do a better job of, but we got to have the money. And I think right now our budget is so tight, and knowing where we're at with revenues, expenses, that all plays a factor into it. So I think if we start to formulate a plan longer term,
key.
instead of just going year by year and just kind of
Yes.
getting by, we got to do a longer range plan and really go into that and go from
If you
there.
don't plan, you plan to fail.
Correct.
Yeah, start putting that money aside so that when we need to rebuild that building over there, and we can do it, we'll have the funds
I
for
mean,
it.
that's
so.
part and parcel to, what, if we want that course to be a good public golf course, then what do we have to do to it? That's the question. What do we have to do to it? And a good public golf course doesn't have a dilapidated cart barn,
Right.
you know, so what do we have to do to it? Now, I mentioned this to you, it's got nothing to do with this budget thing. Does our pest management plan have anything to do with some of the issues that they've had with the chemicals that they use out there? Are they being prohibited from doing something based on our pest management plan that they're not? Because I look at Sand Ridge and I look at our course and I think it's the same people maintaining it. And they seem to do a better job at Sand Ridge.
Yeah, and I just don't want to get too much into this. They're going to come to the 28th meeting.
Okay, and
They're
talk
going
to
to
us
do a
then.
presentation
Okay,
for
good.
you all
Okay,
at the 28th meeting.
Yeah.
And that'll be a perfect opportunity to ask those questions of
I'll ask that
IGM.
question of them.
And I can tell you the IPM question, Greg's right. I mean, we asked them, Thursday last week,
Right.
Wednesday last week, somewhere that day, or it might have been earlier this week. The IPM, I don't think is hindering them at all.
Not at all, okay.
But they're going to come and they're going to do a presentation for you all on the 28th.
Okay, good.
I mean, they fall under agriculture. But I will say, they are extremely conscientious about the products they use. They have converted to a lot of organic products. You know, they're not just haphazardly
All right.
going crazy with chemicals by any means.
Do you
Now
think,
comes our real problem, the next topic.
I was gonna ask, but I can wait till the 28th, I'll write it down. Do you think our, like, lack of tree covering has anything to do with it comparatively to Sandridge? I mean, I love our course because of that, because I have bad allergies, so my allergies are not nearly as bad at our course, but,
I don't think so.
okay.
I don't think so. We do get some requests for more trees, like around tee boxes, and that's only so people could, if they're waiting on the group in front of them, they can be in the shade.
Yeah, exactly.
A little more, it's a little cooler.
Uh-huh.
But usually trees shading greens are a bigger problem than
Well,
native
sure.
trees.
Yeah, no.
You don't want that shade on the greens.
No.
Yeah.
Plus you want that airflow too. You don't
You want
want
that
trees over there
airflow and you don't
blocking
want the
that flow
shade,
either,
yeah.
so.
That's what I love about our course too, because I'm not a great player and it's just nice and open.
Yes, it is.
This is one of the, for people who aren't good golf players,
It is, and
Well,
it's great in the
probably
summer because
best-
we have a
best
better,
course in this part of Florida. to
we
play.
have a better breeze too coming in off the inlet. So it's cooler in the summer at Sebastian.
It gives me hope that I can score decent. when I
Well,
play
you know,
Sebastian.
this same friend that I had this conversation with about about not driving carts on the greens, I said, you know, when it's cart path only, just hit your ball close to the cart path. You know? And if you're not good enough to do that, walk.
That's it. That's it.
That's why I quit playing.
Uh-huh.
Amanda, you got anything to add? We got to speak into the mic loud. We want to get you on the record.
She's like Jeanette, she won't talk.
Give her Bob's mic. Come on, say something.
Jeanette trained her originally.
Well, thank y'all. We appreciate it.
Thank
Well, I'm
you.
sorry, Councilmember Nunn, do you have any questions? I apologize.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
You guys have had a long day.
Now we're back on schedule. I thought we were
Oh, that's all right. We're back on schedule.
Yeah, but we were way ahead.
Well, let's get ahead of schedule with Public Works then.
Well,
Let's get Lee in here.
our length of the conversation with the golf course wasn't because of the problems.
Yeah.
It was important.
Anybody need a break?
You want to take a break? Public Works is going to be a
Well,
long
I know
session.
it's gonna be long, so
Yeah, let's take
I
a
can
break.
get up and walk around the room.
Let's take a.
Walk around the room too and have some snacks over here.
All right, let's come back. We'll be back at 3:30, I guess.
Yeah. That'll be. And we're starting with the Public Works
What page
Division.
are we on with Public Works?
66.
66.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't want to interrupt your munchies over there, but
Sorry, I apologize. So, looking at this with our roads and maintenance budget, I'll turn it over to Lee and Karen here shortly. The reason Karen's in here is she's still, as we discussed earlier, still heavily involved in public works. That transition is starting to happen now, but she was integral in creating the budget before Lee had arrived. So Lee came on board right when we were going into budget meetings. So there have been some changes based on those conversations, but where we currently are is they are requesting an increase of 9.75%. Majority of that is in personnel. There's a transfer of 2 positions as well as negotiated pay and insurance costs. And then operating increase is due to road paving inspections and sidewalk repairs, and decrease due to new vehicle pavement grinder purchased in prior year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lee and or Karen and let them kind of go over personnel, capital, and operating for the roads and maintenance division.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. Our positions, we have a maintenance worker 2 position that we've added, and also a GIS position that we added. We had one, initially we had a tire loop technician that we took out, and then to make a maintenance worker 2 to get additional concrete services completed instead of constantly going to contractors for that.
okay, and on those additions, it's important for anybody who's watching and listening that 2 of those are transfers from other departments. So it's not, those aren't net new jobs within the city. They're transfers from other departments. So,
Correct.
you know, because we have, the room looks empty, but there are some people watching it and so forth. So,
Correct.
okay.
Going down to sidewalk replacement, we did go down in value on that due to the Barber Street sidewalk. That should be starting at next council meeting. We'll have that for you on the 28th of August. Going down the roads, we have preservation, and then we have our reconstruction and driveway, which includes the swale road driveway work and repaving, and those 3. In front of you, we have projected 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29s in the breakdowns. And there's two sheets as we currently stand. In total, about 13 million complete with reconstruction DST, which is DST funds, and the repaving was local oxygen gas tax.
Lee, can you just confirm that what we're showing in FY25 on this first one is, in actuality, the 2024 road plan project? It's not the FY25. So basically what we're running into is, based on the current budget, I know they've got something else on the second sheet, but the first sheet is basically everything that's in our road plan is pushed back a year at this point. Because if you remember, this year in FY 2024, we're now getting complete the FY 22-23 projects. They're starting the swell work, driveway culverts for the FY 24, but that won't be completed until FY 25. So everything's kind of being bumped back. So we need to start to realign our projections with what's actually happening. And because at this point, the number of roads and the number of driveway culverts and swells that have to be done, we're not able to catch up currently. Now, I know Lee's got the second page. I'll let him kind of disclose that to you. That shows a little bit of a speed up of that process. But what you see on the first page is what we do have currently budgeted.
And is that designation because that's when the funds were allocated or when the work was approved, or is it just because that's what we scheduled for 20?
Yeah, so when that road pavement management plan was created, it was just allocated to do those streets in that fiscal year.
Right.
That's the only way it was allocated to a year.
What would be the impact of modifying the management plan so that there's not so much confusion about we're doing 24 and 25 and so forth? Would that be a big deal to just modify that and make those the 25 projects and make the next ones the 26 projects?
Yeah, at this point, it
It's a-
wouldn't, but
is
we
it
want to
just a
be,
name change? Because it's confusing to people to say, oh, well, we're doing the 23 and 24, we're doing the 24 and 25, you know, that becomes confusing. Can we clean that up a little bit so we're not having to do that?
we can, if we want to clean it up, I would say we do it at the end of this fiscal year just to get, so for transparency purposes, I don't want people to think that we're changing things around, but in reality, it's just the nature of, this year we caught up on 2 years. It was a lot, but then the sheer number of mileage next year is going to be quite a bit, so.
Well, plans by default are amendable. Amend them as you need to before you do it. So, get that word right. That's what happens when you eat a cookie in the middle of the day. But I'm just thinking it can be confusing to people to hear you say, well, we're doing the 24 projects in 25.
So we'll
And
complete,
but that doesn't impact the budget. It stays the same.
No, it will not impact the budget based on what's currently presented. Like I said, I know Lee's gonna have something else, but what we currently have is what's being shown, because I just wanted to, they basically wanted to come back and say, this is what's reality currently, but if you really want us to be aggressive and we can find the funding, that's the number one thing on the second page when he presents it. It's funding. Being really aggressive, we might can get caught up. But I think it's a little bit out there, but I'll let him kind of go through that element with you guys now.
so the plan is we caught up this year in 2 years. 24 will be completed in September of 25. Since we're on the topic, we can switch over to the second page and look at combining 24 and 25. And with the additional, that's going to be before council on August 28th, the additional, we put out bids for more concrete contracts to complete additional work. That'll be before council on the 28th of August. That bid process just closed. If we did that, we can catch up 24 and 25, and that'll give a net savings of probably $880,000 over the duration, and it eliminates 29 off the record. It eliminates 29 because we'll catch up, and then we don't have to fight for, because our existing contract, I believe, ends on 28 with our contracts that we have on par now, on schedule.
Okay, now, let's talk about the dollar. Let's see what the difference in the approaches would be. If I read this right, we're talking about the fiscal year 25, $2,110,000 combined. Is that right? This is on chart number 1, where it says fiscal year 25 at the top.
Yes.
Right.
So let me just clarify, because I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Your dollar numbers that are shown in here for the paving, does that include driveways and swells?
Yes.
So this $2,110,000 or $3,110,000 that's shown here, I don't know, does that include
that's
swells and
why-
driveways?
And that's why, I know you have a lot of charts in front of you, but that's why on the left, the left side as well as the top versus the bottom side, you see the breakdown of reconstruction and preservation. We have all of the driveways and all of the swale work under the reconstruction category. So
Okay.
when you have those two colors split, the 35% for repaving, 65% for reconstruction, if you look further down, you have it split in driveways, swales.
Oh, yeah.
So
But
I
this
know
is
it's a lot
your,
of different images, but it's trying to show you.
this is what's in the current, your budget preparation is this 3 million. I'm sorry, I said 2, it's 3.
Yes, 3 million.
$3,110,000, and that corresponds to the 35%. Okay. And then you're talking on the next page about an expedited fiscal year 25.
That's right.
That is 5 million, 6 million something, and that accomplishes
24 and 25.
what's on the plan as 24 and 25, and then you said something about 29 being knocked off?
Because we'll be caught up.
Oh, okay, you'll be caught up, okay.
We'll have to stretch
So
out.
by spending that additional money, we can combine what's in the plan for 24 and 25.
Right now, being a year behind, our
Yeah,
plan
yeah,
goes
I
through
understand.
28.
I understand.
We have to go to 29.
But when you fall behind on your own plan, you're not really behind, you just haven't changed your plan.
Sure.
So I just wanted to put before council that we have an option with the additional contractors to be able to catch up. It does put,
I just don't think we have an extra few $1 million to do that. It'd be great to do it, but money is, you know.
Correct. So in order to accomplish that task, we would have to allocate a little bit over $3 million.
Yeah.
And, you know, and just being realistic, and I had asked them and tasked them with, let's see what it would cost. I mean, I wanted to see these numbers. I wanted you all to see them to show that we're not just not getting it done. I mean, the swell work and driveway culvert is taking a lot of time. That is the most lengthy part of this process. They've already started FY '24, or what's going to happen next year in FY '25. They've started that driveway and swell work, and all that stuff is ongoing right now. But it's still a year away from doing the paving portion. So that's the lengthiest part of this. It takes about 8 to 10 months to get this other work done in order to be able to pave. So that $3 million, yes, it would be great to be able to bring it forward and get it all done next year to catch up. I just, you know, that's my only concern is where can we possibly get $3 million? And that's the toughest thing on this.
Well, it's really nice to get this kind of information from the staff, though, because it gives you a picture of what the options are and what you can do and can't do with it. So when it goes along the line, can I just for the sake of, I don't know, is anybody watching out there? But just for that sake, why are we a year behind on the plan? And a simple statement, you know, from a simple perspective, are we a year behind because of COVID? Are we a year behind because we didn't have the money, we didn't have the staff? What's the reason why we produced the plan and then we fell a year behind? Okay.
Actually, I think we were a couple of years behind. We were a couple of years
I'm just
behind.
asking,
So
right now, we're talking about '24 and we're going into '25. So why are we basically a year behind?
Part of it in the beginning was COVID
Can
during.
you put that mic over so she can?
Part of it in the beginning was during COVID, and we had our contractor stop work entirely for concrete work. We also did not have a swale contractor doing swale work, so it was all city staff doing that, and we were still trying to maintain the ditches and other stormwater components, so we were focusing more on our other city assets and putting one small team on swales, so it was really slow. Since that time, we now have a contractor solely working on swales. But even to get to that point, during the time in COVID, our city contracts expired.
Right.
We had to go out to bid. That takes a month and a half. But even then, at that point, we now are on a roll.
Okay. So now for all the people in TV land, what we have is a very good explanation as to why the plan we haven't been able to meet the plan. We have a good explanation of that, I think. I mean, I don't see any incompetence or whatever in that reasoning. There were absolute justifiable reasons why we're doing what we're doing. So I personally think that we should quit worrying about 24 and 25, and we should modify the plan. I don't think that shouldn't cost a ton of money, because it's just basically you're just going to shift the years around the plan, I think. I mean, I may be wrong. I mean,
Change the year numbers to
yeah,
phase
I mean,
A,
it shouldn't
phase
cost, so
B,
we should,
phase
and then what we
C.
should do is we should say, okay, we changed it because we had valid reasons to do that. We're now on target. In the 24-25 budget cycle, we're going to do what the plan says to do in the 24-25 budget cycle. Because we really don't have any money. I greatly appreciate trying to get caught up, and I wish we could come up with $3 million. We're having a hard time coming up with $100,000 at the golf course. I mean, so the thing is that I think the simplest approach, and the one that makes it the easiest for the public to understand, is we have a good explanation as to why we're going to modify the plan. We're going to modify the plan. We're now on target. And if in 26 we're not on target, that's our problem, right? Because we've solved those issues that got in our way, and it's now our problem to try to stay on target. Is that a reasonable thing, you think?
I believe so.
What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, and I just want to, recognize Lee and Karen's hard work on this, because, I tasked them with, we sat down and started going through these numbers, and it was a little bit mind-blowing kind of going back and forth on this, and I said, well, I really want to know, what if council gives us direction to go forward and get them both done next year? I don't know that it's feasible, but let's see what the number is. And so that's where, they kind of drafted all this and put it all together, and this kind of spells it out perfectly to be able to know where we need to go in the future, what numbers we have to allocate, and where these dollars are going to, because everybody thinks, well, road repaving is really simple. You go out and pave a road. But, now that we're doing the driveway culverts and the swell work to ensure some sustainability on these roadways, residents need to start to step up and maintain the swells and the driveway culverts. But we're doing all this work, which is the largest percentage of the work leading up to the road repaving and preservation work.
Yeah, I mean, the repaving process itself is complicated. Now we've taken on a responsibility, the financial responsibility and the work responsibility to redo the swales on those streets, which is something that the city never intended to do. I mean, the city has never, ever, that I know of, said that they're going to maintain swales. We've taken that responsibility on. The residents should be very happy. We're going to get their swales straightened out. Now, I hope they're going to be willing to maintain them because we're going to charge them next time we have to do this some way or another. You know, I mean, if we have to go into Street A and redo those swales, there may be assessment on Street A. I don't, you know, to pay for that. So it would be a terrible thing to do to them, but we'll have to do it. So, but I too appreciate not only their work, the fact that they're getting caught up. I mean, I just drive down Schuman Street. That's all anybody's got to do in this town right now is drive Schuman. And you can see the difference between the approach that's being taken now to fix those streets and what was taken before. You know, you seriously can. The sidewalk is better, it's done, the kids can ride their bikes on it again without getting dumped over, you know, and so forth, so like that. And I think they do a great job. This is something that we might want to put on the internet. Take a look at these percentages, you know, if you want to do something like that, so.
Yeah, but I really like what's happening here, and I hope that we can get to this second page here to where things are caught up, because it was talked about earlier about the confusion. For example, 24 to 25, if things get caught up, then it's only in that fiscal year that you're working on these projects and you can get them done without spreading one out saying, we're doing the 23, 24 year in year 25. It's like, really? But if we can get that money, if it could come in somewhere where we can get caught up and get all those projects caught up, this is great for the future for us to do projects year by year and not have to hold out.
I don't know, Brian, I don't know if there's grant money to do some things, but I don't know if there's grant money to repave streets.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is at this point, we wouldn't, I don't see that we'd be even able to go after any grant funding, but even if we could identify some that could be used, and I'm just thumbing through and trying to find you know, we basically have reallocated ARPA funds to get this year's roadway paving done. So there's not really a lot there to be able to utilize that. Local option gas tax fund, which is what we use for the road repaving, which is preservation work, because in DST, we can't use that for preservation. It has to be for improvements to the roadway and things like that. So so road repaving has to come out of local option gas tax. Just to give you a reference point, this year in in local option gas tax, we are showing that we're budgeting $1.1 million, which is what we've requested and what we've shown. Basically, the ending fund balance is $477,000. And then, so we only bring in, the revenue brought in on local option gas tax is around $800,000. So even to look to find this additional road repaving portion is unrealistic to find that additional funds because we'd need an additional $1.2 million.
Yeah.
And then when you look at DST funds, you're kind of in the same room. Yeah, we do have a little bit more room with DST. We're looking at the end, actually we don't, at the end of FY25, we only right now are showing $325,000.
And what about stormwater fees?
So stormwater is a totally different element. There's not much there none that could really assist this with this. So that's why I just had concerns with, I don't know where we could possibly find the $3 million to be able to bump it up.
I'm not talking about the roads I'm talking about the swales for the stormwater. Isn't that part of the stormwater conveyance system?
It's all coming underneath the roadway paving. There's definitely not funds in stormwater to be able to pay for the swale work.
Really?
No.
Yes.
Hey, Brian,
Wait till we get the stormwater, you'll see that one.
Yes, sir.
we can use the local option gas tax for the recoding of the roads, correct?
Yeah, so just for the preservation, like when we're doing like the Cape Seal, and there's microsurfacing, those can be paid for out of preservation with local option gas tax. But we consider mill and overlay and total reconstruction, that's major work and that's improvements that we can use DST funds for.
Now, what
and
we
the
did over
swell
on
work
South
is,
Row, sorry.
so the swell work and the driveway culverts are also considered improvements. So we're able to utilize DST funding for that as well.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was South Wind Road? What was that one considered to be?
That was
That's preservation.
preservation.
That is preservation. So those roads over in that area, we can use preservation money for. So could we extend the amount of preservation we're doing? I mean, could we get those part of the projects up or those part of the projects done?
No, I mean, basically what I was, when you look at the local option gas tax fund, there's only, I think at the end of this fiscal year, based on what we're showing out, there's only $477,000 left in that. So it's not really enough, because you also would have to join up additional DST funding to get the swell work and driveway culvert. So you're kind of eating from both of them, and you completely deplete both of those funds at the end of this fiscal year coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, between those two funds, Chris, there's not enough money to really do the extension.
Right, and I guess it's important that people understand that 400,000 sounds like a lot of money, but Schumann was $600,000 to do that part, so it's not a lot of money.
Correct.
One thing I want to add is, as time goes on, it has been a few years since we assessed it, and they determined what type of, whether it be mill and overlay or preservation, was meant for that road. And we're seeing when they go out and do inspections closer to the time of paving, they might actually be switching. We no longer can preserve this road. We now need to mill and overlay. So there is going to be a little bit of change and flux in these numbers. So it is nice to have a little bit of padding in the DST and local option gas tax to allow for that. I know it's great that we've put the numbers out through 2028, but they will adjust because as conditions change, it might switch. What's most important and most applicable to that specific roadway segment.
Is there a study that we need to redo?
We,
And is it in process, you think?
yes, and that is one, it's not in process as of right now, but we have it in the budget considered for in the future years. We do want to reassess our overall citywide pavement condition index.
Should we move
3 to
it
4
closer?
years.
Should we move it closer?
I think it should be
We-
coming up soon, right?
We wanted to make sure it was
It's next year or the year
within,
after?
yeah, I can't remember if it's next year or the year. It should be in our CIP in the future years, because we did one in 2018, 2022, and then we're going to be doing one in 2026. So really, we're going to be in the middle of our process now, and it's going to, again, let us know we're still on track. It has been working.
I don't see that in the roads department. Sidewalk replacement, porous panels.
I think
crosswalks.
we may have in our internal budget meeting just discussed, I remember you saying
26.
because the cost was so low, we could even put that in our
Yeah, I don't think we-
operation and maintenance budget.
Correct, I don't think we
Because
included
it is,
those.
it's a low
Wouldn't be here.
cost, but
Okay.
we have already
Okay.
discussed that it is going to happen again.
Well, I think it's important that I mean, we have a new department head out there, and for reasons totally acceptable reasons, not by the control of the city, and you know, we're looking at thinking that we're a year behind because we're trying to catch up 24 to 25. There's no reason for you to think you're a year behind, because you're really not a year behind. You're a year behind a self-imposed date. Let's change the self-imposed date, so you're no longer worried about being a year behind, because if I was in your position, I'd be thinking to myself, my God, I got to get up to 25, right? I mean, that would be in the back of my mind as I was putting stuff together, and that's not the case.
Say I was a little too hopeful, maybe.
No, actually, it was not in your control. I mean, the plan was a very valid plan. I remember when it was put together. But things happen, and when things happen and you don't change the plan, then you've self-imposed on yourself an issue, you know. So what we need to do, I think, is just to modify that plan. And then, I don't know if you guys disagree, but I just don't know how we can come up with the money to try to do more than the new 25 in this budget year, because we're just way too strapped. The other option, and you know, and we'll do this on stormwater. There's a lot of stormwater work we're just going to have to go out and borrow money to do. We're not going to be able to do it any other way. It's too big. The ticket's too big. Hopefully, we can do roads without borrowing money. You know, hopefully, we can do it. So
Yeah, we just identified just yesterday 2 roads that have to get changed.
yeah.
Their process. So we understand that there's going to be changes coming underway, but we're doing a survey actually tomorrow, Tuesday.
And
In
it's
what way do they need to be changed?
From mill and overlay to full depth reconstruction.
See, and that's where I disagree with you, respectfully. When you put together the plan, we were kind of playing catch-up because taxes haven't been raised in forever. We finally raised the millage rate last year. Because, as we've been saying, the can's been kicked down the road a lot. So we have been playing catch-up, and we still need to play catch-up, because when you made your presentation, we were discussing that the state of the roads are not in the best shape, and they deteriorate fast. So the longer we take, the more it's going to cost us in a couple years, so.
Well, I mean,
I
yeah,
understand we don't,
you're
money is an
100% right,
issue,
yeah.
but it's gonna cost us more money.
Yes, you're 100% right. If we double the number of streets that we do, either reconditions or repairs or whatever on, in the next fiscal year, it's gonna cost us less than it would be if we only do half and then try to do half the next year.
Yeah.
But where's the money come from?
No, I understand that, but.
Yeah, that's the key, is where the money comes from.
Right.
And then if we don't wanna try to borrow money to do street work, which, I mean, it's a possibility. A lot of cities borrow all kinds of money, but we've got so much stormwater stuff that's gonna come at us that is very high dollar, $20, $30 million dollars. We're gonna have to borrow that money. And if we can figure out a way to not borrow the street money, I think it's gonna benefit us in the long run. I mean, there's no way we're gonna do Elkham Canal work without a bond issue.
But doesn't fixing the swales help with some of that too? No? Okay.
No. The canals are such bad shape.
I'm not an engineer by
I mean,
any way, shape, or
fixing
form.
the swales will help a little bit with stormwater,
Mm-hmm.
but quite frankly, fixing the swales is more about the roads than it is about stormwater.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it will help a little
Sure,
bit,
uh-huh.
but it's more about the roads than the stormwater. The roads will deteriorate probably, what, half the time if you don't fix the swales, because the amount of water that's flushed out of them, it'll take, you know,
Mm-hmm.
they'll last about half or a little bit. And I think I heard that from somebody when we were talking about doing this.
Specifically the roadway edge.
Yeah, the roadway itself, the edges will start to deteriorate. I heard that last night about why don't you put on a right-of-way on the side of a road, why don't you put an 8-foot right-of-way, why don't you put 8 foot worth asphalt on it? And of course, the engineer says, well, if we put 8 feet worth of asphalt, that last foot is going to start to deteriorate, and then it's going to undermine the rest of the asphalt, and then the whole thing falls apart.
Right.
So,
So how much more were we looking to spend to stick to this plan you were proposing to then save $800,000
It was
later on?
in next year, you'd have to find another $3 million.
That's how much, that's right, thank you. Okay. Because that's too much to borrow from the reserves. Yeah, okay.
Repaving for 2029, because if we wait till 2029,
Microphone, please.
total road reconstruction.
Right,
So Ken is trying to get some of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Road reconstruction is gonna be road reconstruction today, it's gonna be tomorrow, it's gonna be.
exactly.
But the road repaving may be road reconstruction by the time we get to it.
Exactly.
So I think what we can look at doing is maybe take some of, like in future, obviously next year we're tight, but look at where we're going in the future and see if we can start to join some of those roads
Bump up the preservation.
in with, you know, taking, maybe it's no longer another 4 years out. Maybe we can get it out to 3 years to be complete by moving some streets into years, basically is what I'm saying. So we can do an assessment on that and
Because
start to move some
didn't you
streets
already
up.
assess those streets when you made this plan? Which ones were most critical to do? Yeah, that's what I thought.
And one thing is, we would like to be a little more flexible with the plan. Right now, we have held back doing paving in the CRA district because we've been working with the county for them to put infrastructure for sewer, and we don't want to pave that area, then do patchwork,
Right.
and it's just a waste
I-
of funds.
yeah.
Yes.
Don't get Ed started on that.
No.
So we have already told our paving contractor, we initially had a purchase order for them to complete it.
Right.
We've told them, please wait on that. So we're even right now trying to determine if we should work on a segment of Barber Street that's technically in the 2025 year, if we can do that now and kind of
is there anything
flip-flop.
restraining you from doing that you know of?
We're just discussing
No,
internally.
I mean,
Okay.
so
What you're
it's not
saying
like
is-
we've passed any
I'm
rule. that
all
says-
Well, I mean, technically you all,
If we passed a rule that says you can't do that, let's pass one that says you can.
Right.
yeah, I mean,
Keep
technically,
progress going
you
here.
all did approve the plan.
The
Yeah.
street paving
So the plan has been approved by council for us to follow that pathway.
Well, I understand, but I'm saying
So-
the internal workings of the plan, the council, by approving the plan, I hope it wasn't interpreted that we didn't approve the flexibility that you need to change the plan or to do the
Right.
things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
some
probably
progress.
what we need to do is do a little bit better job once we have it out there on like it's on the website now, and just say it's due to change, due to differing
Yeah.
things. And I think that, because you're gonna get somebody that says, well, you know, such and such, why did this street get done? Must be because somebody knows some, you know, all those things are gonna happen.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we just need to, you know, look at how we're
Believe me,
doing
we
those
hear
things
that
and
one.
everything.
Oh, yes.
So,
all the time.
But the other side of this is, there's two components to this. One component is what you can do because of the resources. I mean, if we had an extra $10 million, could we theoretically in 1 year do an extra $10 million worth of road work? Okay, and are there enough contractors? Is there enough material? Is there enough stuff to do that? And if in fact I thought that we could do $10 million worth of road work in the next year, I wouldn't be opposed to coming up with a financing stream to do that, because that's where you gain on the deterioration. If I could do $10 million next year, then I'm going to save probably $6 or $7 million over the long run, because I'm not going to have to do total restructurings on the roads and so forth. I just don't know if there's enough out there to do that. I really don't.
I think our biggest concern is not necessarily the road paving and preservation portion. It's going to be the swell and driveway culverts. Okay. That's going to be the biggest challenge. But obviously, I think we're looking to add additional vendors and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's still that's a lot of work.
It takes 10 to 12 months, and it takes 1 to 2 months for the paving that comes afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Schumann, once again, my favorite little project, because I drove it a lot. But the perfect example of how long those guys were in there with those scrapers fixing that swale, and then bam, the pavement's done. Well, we had to put up with that rock on the road for a while, but
What rock? There's rock.
I don't know, because once I saw it, I quit driving down Schumann.
Well, and that's a perfect example of what we talked about, finding things that aren't necessarily expected, right? Because that was planned to be a 2-inch mill and overlay. Right. Well, there wasn't 2 inches of asphalt on that road. Right. Because when they milled 2 inches, it was down to the road base.
Down to the road base.
So, and even there, I think there were areas they even tried to raise it up, and it still was going down the road base. So, those are all the factors that play into this, and it's kind of a differing element when you get out there and they start doing the work.
I think with the additional contractors that we solicited, the additional contractors, we'll be able to look and provide Brian with some feedback on what we can add, maybe preservation side going forward, that may be able to help us in the future. Okay. To prevent the reconstruction.
Yes, sir, Councilmember Nunn.
No, I couldn't hear Lee. I don't know if his microphone was on. I would not be opposed to what Mayor Dodd just brought up about possibly finding a financing stream. If we thought we could increase the, if, for example, what he said, the $10 million worth of road work next year. I mean, if you think you can work the contractors, find all of that, we can make it really happen. I think it would be in our benefit, because it definitely, if we can fix more roads now that need less work, then it will definitely save money in the long run.
I just don't know if you could pull it off. That'd be something you guys have to sit back and say, my gosh, can I pull this off?
Yeah, but as far as the contractors, though, for example, the swell work, I understand government employees work a lot slower than private individuals. When that work is.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, let me finish what I was saying before you jump all over me.
Oh, man, he just got himself in trouble.
No. But listen, you hear it all the time. Everybody hears this. They said how slow government. We even talk about how slow government works, right? But when the subcontractors are out there, when they're contracted to do a job, are they given a time frame, or they're saying, here's what we want you to do from this road to this intersection, and then they tell you how much they're going to charge to do that, right? Is that the way they work?
So we broke it down by driveway when they're doing the driveways and the culverts. We broke it down, and they do it by linear foot for the swales.
So
and
they're
by
paid
driveways.
for the job overall, and not about a time frame. They're paid for the job.
And we do put time concessions on them when we have the project underway. They understand that if we have paving coming behind them, they have a certain amount of time.
So a contractor that's doing that kind of work, swell work, they're going to have the necessary equipment to do what they need to do. And are they required to do the survey, or do our people do the slope and all of that?
Well, as of lately, we've done all the readings at the roadway edge. We've done those, but the new contract that's going out, they're going to be running some numbers as well, too, I believe.
Yeah, I think, the question is, are there enough contractors? I mean, if we tripled the number of roads or street miles that we wanted to do, are there enough contractors in that same window of time to triple the number of swales we repair and the number of driveways we rebuild and so forth? I don't know. You guys might know that.
I think we can expedite it 10 million probably would be a stretch.
Yeah, and the.
But I
and
think
the-
we
and
can
the-
expedite
yeah. And the
some
real
of it.
question about expediting is, that's where you get to the dollar cost ratios. You get it to the trade-off. If I'm expediting it just enough to spend $1 million, but it's really not giving me that much savings in the long run because I'm not repairing streets that are marginal right now. I mean, if I've got 20 miles of streets that are in one category, but we know within 2 years they're going to drop to a higher category of repair, and I can do those 20 miles this year, I'm gaining something. But if I can't do those 20 miles, I'm not really gaining anything from a financial perspective. I'm going to have to pay the higher dollar to fix them anyway. So it gets caught up in those kinds of discussions. So, I don't know whether, we can't do anything this fiscal year, but we do have some time if we want to play some games. If you want to try to look at, how can I expedite this thing so I can do it, but not by 2019, or 2029 or whatever, but by 2026, 27. Is it possible to do that, and what's the cost, and what is our potential savings? That goes along with maybe taking a relook at the survey or the study and deciding what streets on the study were here, and now they're in this category, and what's the impact on that? So I think redoing that plan or relooking at that plan is a good step in moving forward on this. We don't have enough money this year to do anything other than what's in that annual thing. I mean, we just don't have the cash.
Better go rent some money then.
Rent money?
Yeah.
I got
rent money?
I mean, I might be able to finance you at 19%.
So, real quick, though,
Bond.
not to jump off that subject, but I did want to just point out the electric sweeper truck. So that was a request from them in order to try to improve our numbers for our MPDES permit, BMAP credits. So that's why originally they had requested it this fiscal year. We bumped it out to like 26, 27, but that is something that would greatly help us with our BMAP credits on our permit and everything. So that's why we have it in there if anyone was wondering on that item. And then Lee, if you want to go over your operating for roads, if there's any highlights up, down.
So we have an increase in regular salaries. That was additional staff that we brought on board, or to propose additional staff. Clothing allowance due to additional staff. Then also we had deferred compensation, group insurance, again, all with staffing, employee assistance program, and workers' compensation insurance due to the additional staffing. Moving down to engineering services, proposing 24 and 25 is up to 25,000. Previous year was 14. That's for our additional roadway inspections related to repaving. May need to come back to council for additional funds and other project designs that may come up in the year. Our friction testing pattern on US 1 and all the necessary repairs required by FDOT. Other contractual services is the requirements from FDOT as well. And then our trash and hauling was due to recent landfill increases in October of '24. Equipment and leases went up, and that was due to equipment end of life. And we saw more equipment failures this year. We've been working with sidewalk reassessment through the city and plan additional repairs for next year. And we're also purchasing new formwork to be able to complete larger repairs. Departmental supplies related to cost, to additional employees. Computer supplies with the movement of GIS department into roads. That was that transfer of that staff from internal transfer. The GIS subscription moved from 7,500, moved over to that department, as long as miscellaneous parts for the plotter. Small tools, equipment, fuel, safety equipment, and cement were increases due to cost. Safety equipment was a $400 increase, and cement was a $100 increase. You want to cover CIPs? You good? Good.
Any more questions on roads?
No.
The last thing I had was sidewalk replacement. Major increase in sidewalk is Barber Street, Main Street, which is completed. Barber Street will be before council on the 24th. Looking to do less additions to the system next year. We're going to focus on spot repairs and maintenance. And we're doing a sidewalk assessment throughout the city currently. Indian River Drive has been done. We already did some repairs there and some milling of the sidewalk to trip hazards, prevent trip hazards.
Yeah, sidewalks are a big issue for residents. They really want sidewalks.
All right, fleet.
All right, moving over to fleet services. Environmental services went up, additional used oil due to additional internal PM services. We kind of, with the outgoing superintendent and new superintendent that was hired, which starts August 5th, we're looking forward to having him there. We restructured the garage on PM services and some internal operations there, which helped. R&M vehicles due to age, seen an increase in costs and repairs, operating equipment, additional funds to account for additional machinery purchased, and training and education due to increased costs and new staffing. Jonathan had joined the garage this year. And there's no CIP.
Yeah, and relatively, I mean, the only change in staffing there was that moving the lube and tire technician. We felt it would be better served to go over and do some concrete work, so we just reallocated that over to roads.
Yeah, and he's listed as a maintenance worker 2 over there.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and we just basically, I mean, overall, you know, this budget's very minimal. It was an increase of $9,000 or 3.48%. And as Lee just mentioned, we did just hire a new fleet superintendent. So we'll have a new superintendent out of the garage, getting started next week, 2 weeks?
August 5th.
August 5th, so.
And you have a new mechanic over there that's certified, ASC certified?
Jonathan.
Is that right?
They just passed their first ASE certification, and they're working on their second.
Oh, okay, good.
Councilmember Nunn, do you have any questions on fleet?
Nope, no, nothing at all. Thank you.
Anything else on fleet? Going once, going twice, so. All right, let's go to stormwater.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
I will tell you before we move on to stormwater, I hear a lot of positive stuff about the work that's getting done in the street department. People are very happy because they're actually seeing things being done. And that's, you know, that perception thing is a big deal to them. And I hear a lot of positive stuff.
And the biggest thing is to get staff back to doing PMs and getting contract work to get done by contractors, so these guys can focus on those areas that.
So I'll kind of kick off the stormwater discussion.
106, or 103. 103.
Just so you all are aware, and I mentioned it at the beginning in my opening discussion, stormwater utility fee is assessed on a single residential ERU in the amount of $10 per month or $120 per year, which was set by resolution in 2018. So basically, you know, what we have accounted for in this is a $2 increase, a minimum of $2 increase, but what our budget is set on is $2. We will, once we get some clear direction from you all, hopefully over the next, you know, this meeting and then the next few weeks, we will have to bring a resolution back to you all if we do increase stormwater fee. So that'll have to come back to you all, but once again, right now, what you see here is $2 based on $2 increase at a minimum, and just to be clear, that is basically the bare minimum to sustain our operations with the addition of staff members that are shown in this budget.
All right, that's a $24 per year increase. Right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I want to make, yeah. Okay.
Yep. So I'll turn it over to Lee to go over personnel and their requests now, but like I said, just keep that in your mind as we go through this.
Good evening. With the additional 5 staff that were proposed in this year's budget, one's a maintenance worker 3, one's a maintenance worker 2, and then we have 3 maintenance worker 1s for the 5 staff for stormwater.
One thing to note about that is that the Stormwater Master Plan recommended 10 additional staff members. So some people may say 5 is a lot,
But it's half.
are even reducing the requests that they deemed was necessary, just because we think it's better to a slow increase.
Okay.
So going into professional services,
Hold on, Lee, go over capital first.
okay.
What page are you on?
106.
I had 113 down for stormwater, and that's the debt service.
Yeah, 106. 106.
106, stay there.
Okay, right.
Karen, if you're going to speak, make sure you,
I know, sometimes I'm
just because Councilmember
low,
Nunn is.
Oh, yes. So as for stormwater CIP, we are asking for a replacement backhoe as well as a replacement excavator. In the stormwater master plan, they did say one focus should be to revamping the fleet. We have typically been revamping 2 to 3 vehicles a year, so we're still staying to our typical revamping. However, we did have one of our the excavator we were trying to replace next fiscal year in this budget has gone down to a point that it is not worth putting in any more repairs. So we are asking for an emergency purchase replacement at the next council meeting. So it is under that budget of $173,650, but just so you know, we're trying to see if we can purchase that this year rather than next year, but.
Correct.
again,
I just want to comment on that. It is on your agenda for July 24th. And it is clearly stated in there that it was a budget request for next fiscal year. It's shown in this document. If you all approve the purchase, and to better clarify, if we were to make that purchase October 1st and go forward with our new fiscal year, then typically it's about a 4 to 6 month turnaround. We have received word, and I'm correctly on this, that if they have an excavator coming in, that if we go forward with the purchase now, they actually have one that'll be on the lot within 2 to 4 weeks. So that, and then we will then remove it out of this. If it gets approved on Wednesday, we'll move the funds forward, or we'll take it out of the DST reserves this year, in this fiscal year, and we'll eliminate it out of next year's budget. So it'll be just a switching of the funds.
And just for transparency, we're currently renting one right now to continue services.
Okay.
So that's at a cost.
Yep.
Yeah, what's the cost per month? Is it monthly or weekly?
It's monthly.
Wow,
Yep, about 4,000.
wow.
And then the next CIP item is a canal study, and that would be to look at the existing canal depths, comparing them with the design depths. In the stormwater master plan, they were assessing all of the canals according to their original design, but we are aware that there's a lot of muck and material, and we know that the canals need to be dredged. They have also proposed that in the stormwater master plan, but we want to look at the quantity we need to dredge and more specifics, as well as look at, instead of the seawalls, looking at an embankment option, which council had looked at in the past, but again, we just want to weigh the two options, whether we're replacing seawalls or go with an earthen embankment. So we just wanted to look into these are design services for proposing a study, not actually dredging and doing any repair work.
Okay.
So this is first phase. Stone crop upstream drainage, that is a project that we can't even begin until the stone crop project at Montrose and Majestic is done. They're working on that with the FEMA project right now, but we are looking to start design for the upstream area that runs parallel to Laconia all the way up to Tulip Drive. So it would just be similar to the stone crop project where you're armoring the canal embankment and upsizing some of the culvert sizes, so we have more capacity in that ditch running down to the stone crop drainage area. We are looking to go for grant funding with that, but we do have to account for the full budget in here and are hoping to acquire some grants. Next one is the Schumann Drive box culvert. That has been in previous years before. As of right now, we have completed survey of the area. It's replacement of an existing pipe structure with a larger box culvert to allow more capacity between the canal.
that the one just by Thunderbird?
So in the paving that you just recently saw on Schuman Drive, there was a segment that was left.
Right.
Yeah.
People may consider that to be an error. It was done on purpose because if we are planning to rip up the road in that segment in the future, we did not want to pay for it
Right,
twice.
right,
Yes.
right.
So you may get more questions about that. Yep, sure.
So currently, our back truck is nearing end of life. We've had a lot of repairs on that back truck to the extent that it was down for 3 weeks, which we had to hire Meeks to continue services, so we continue work. That came at a cost of roughly $14,000. That's why we're requesting for a new one. We're still getting quotes, but we're at $485 for that. And then also the sidearm machine with the additional staff, we can continue do additional work on trimming and cutting back for those. Our brush truck, we moved over to 25 and 26 budget year. And that was 133.7.
So while we're still on capital, what is the life of an excavator, just roughly?
So currently AP 25 that we're utilizing now, which belongs to the airport, that one has currently 4,000 hours. It's 8 years old.
8 years.
And that 4,000 hours is not a normal 4,000 hours. That's a 4,000 hours in a canal, in a ditch,
Right.
digging, which can easily double that life, if you're using it on the roadway or something like that, can double that lifespan easily. But the line of work that it's doing, 4,000 hours is pretty much about it. We've put a lot of money into that machine already. And currently, to continue adding money to that, you're just throwing good money at bad.
Thank you.
Have you seen the 2015 study that was done on the Oakland Canal system? Okay, so you've seen their, I mean, according to that study, we should be about 80% failure on the walls by now. Okay.
So
That's important because that's going to be a big, big project. And you can't dredge those canals without dealing with the wall, with the canal wall. Because as you pull muck out, it'll undermine that wall.
And that's where we can, if we consider just a very, very small portion in the center. So you have to make sure you're checking your angles so you're not destabilizing the seawall. And we have talked about that. We have talked to some contractors about it, but we just don't think it's worth putting the money in if we're going to have to go back at another time afterwards.
And their big problem at the time with encasing, building dirt berms around there was the fact that you're going to impact the size of the canal to the point where you're going to have to deepen it to be able to handle the amount of water that it carries, and the cost of that was going to outweigh building. That's a real scary project.
The only thing that helps us if we increase capacity is we are eligible for more grant funding, hazard mitigation grants and additional FEMA grants. That's the only thing if we increase capacity. But we are not eligible for grants for replacement of private property, which is the seawall. If we went to the earthen embankment, the city would have to take on that earthen embankment maintenance, which I believe was also in that 2015 study. But again, just as costs have changed and the conditions have changed, we just want to look at it with today's perspective.
That's why on the north side of 512, they took a loan.
And we
Because
foresee
the
that we
decision
would
was
have
made
to.
to do the wall, even if it was, because it was a surveying error to put it on private property. It was general property hiring cheap surveyors.
And surveying equipment has changed since, so we're in a better situation now.
Yeah, so,
Different.
okay, that's enough on that. I mean, you
Yeah.
got a study set up to do it, but it's gonna be tough. Okay.
So we covered staffing with as Karen said, we were recommended to get 10 additional staff. We're doing 5. Going to professional services, outside currently for the CIP, admin services, by general fund salaries, contractual water quality testing, BMAP credit approval, permit fees, Permits are due every 4 years for FDEP, multiple sources, discharge permit, cost increases, going to cell phones, cost increases in staffing, certified mail residents and driveways for swale work that was completed at $9.50 per mailing. Electric and sewer, both inflation. Trash and pickup and hauling was mostly from driveways, clearing materials from airport runway, public works compound. So I did additional construction in the airport due to high landfill fees and construction concrete disposal fees. So currently we're utilizing a lot behind public works to mitigate some of that. Trash haul pickup, $67,000 from driveways. Insurance, $130 for inflation. Gas and oil was $2,000 due to inflation, which we're currently putting out for bid. Another contract services for our fuel. Culvert pipes due to increased roadway replacements found during the road rehab inspections. That's it.
Any questions on their operating for stormwater?
No.
No. And I don't have any issue at all with the staffing requirements. I'm concerned about the stormwater fund. I mean, what are you gonna raise, about $40,000 with your $24 a month increase in fee
No,
per
let's,
year?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. So that will increase us about, a little bit under $800,000.
$800,000 additional
Yes,
at $24 a year?
at $24, yes.
How many houses are you putting that against?
Hold on, this is,
I mean,
No, it's
I
currently-
know I'm not a good mathematician, but
$2 increase to $14, so this will be going to $14.
no, it's $2 per month would be $24 a year.
$24 a year.
And you've got 18,000 houses in there, 18,000 houses. So, yeah, that's. I'd have to get a calculator. It's like you're right, about 3 million. It's not 8 million, it's 800,000, it's like 300,000.
So maybe the number here is incorrect, then maybe, because we're increasing it to $14. So $4. So $4, that's where we get the 800. So $4.
Okay, so you're,
Correct.
let me get this straight. You're increasing it from $10 a month to $14 a month.
To $14.
Okay, so that's,
Sorry.
okay, so that's $48 a year.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
About it before, early on, not before now, it's going $2, that would be $300 and something thousand or something that it would add to the fund. I'm not sure what the numbers were, but it's got to be about 300 and something thousand. If it
Well,
was at $2.
there's like
versus-
27,000 houses, right? Not that many, no. There's 1,700 houses.
No, 13, 12 to 13.
And add 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's roughly the $800,000 increase.
Right.
Less than
I'd have to see the math on that.
1.93 times 40%.
Yeah.
It's going to be close to that 800. It's a little bit less than 800,000, but it's
792.6.
All right, how many houses are in the city?
yeah. But you can't. You got to basically go based off of what our stormwater fee revenue was from 24, and then increase it by 40%. So that is 0.4, $772,000.
I thought it was, I said 792.
And that's what it is. That's what it is right here. I said 800, but I was just kind of doing quick math.
Yeah.
So it is,
That's where I got confused, this note, it says fiscal year 2024, $2 increase to $14.
yeah, that's where I had gotten my
That's what
$2 number
I'm
from.
thinking, I'm reading that and I'm thinking, wait a
So
minute,
it's
something doesn't
$4.
jive here.
So I guess my question, and then kind of looking at the fund, is that it shows, ending fund balance at the end of 25, we'll have an ending fund balance because we have an, reserve balance and stuff like that of 1.3 million. And then kind of looking at it playing out. So are you all fine with the $4 increase this year, or you want to go less? Do you want to go more? What is your thoughts on that? Because like I said, it is kind of maintaining what we've requested, but we know there are going to be additional needs.
I'll tell you what my issue is, and I think I'll go back and from the Budget Review Committee, there's some conversations that didn't even include this. We're talking about potentially a 7+% increase in ad valorem taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about now a 40% increase in our stormwater fund. I know they don't equate to the same dollar amounts, but you think about it. So on the average household, we add this $24 or whatever it is we're adding, or $48. We add this, I have some real concerns. This is where there's a lot of parts to this. Okay, we've got almost $9 million in reserves, and I have some real concerns with us telling our residents that we got $9 million in reserves, and we're going to throw a 40% increase on your stormwater fee, and we're going to throw a 7.5% increase on your ad valorem taxes. I have a real issue with that personally. Okay. And I know the stormwater fee is very important, but it is a tax. I mean, no matter what we say, it's a tax. We might as well raise their ad valorem tax by another 0.001% and generate the same $48. Because it's a tax. And it's a tax of a different nature, but it is still a tax. And for those people out there who itemize deductions and stuff like that, they may, and then there's IRS rules that might even apply different to this because it's not part of the overall house tax. So I have real concerns with that. I really do. I think it would be more appropriate for us this year to not increase the stormwater fund, use stormwater reserves to cover that $800,000. And anticipate that by the end of this new fiscal year, we're going to have done a study that's going to show us the biggest part of that, and maybe we need to talk about how we finance all this stuff. That's just my way of thought. I'm just not comfortable throwing two. We doubled that fee not that long ago. I know it was 18, I think we did that. We doubled it. In 2018, we did that. We didn't do it $2 or $4. We doubled that fee in 2018. Huh? I'm sorry?
It was $5, we made it to 10.
Yeah.
So you increased it $5. I guess math-wise, it's a 100% increase. So if we double it, it was only $5 a month.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at adding $4.
Which is a 40% increase over that, yeah. And so I just have concerns with that. But that's not a discussion about whether I'm looking at at 192. That's not a discussion in my mind about this. This is valid. They need to add the employees, need to do this stuff. The question is, how do we pay for it? That's not, in my mind, that's not a question about what they put together in these spreadsheets. I think that's perfectly valid, the stuff that's there. The question is, how do we pay for it? And if we don't double that stormwater tax, if we don't do that $4 increase, what you're saying is that this number that's at the bottom of this is $800,000 short, right? By not doing that. Okay. So what other options do we have to generate $800,000? And, are we looking, well, we're not looking at that. We only have, in 24, 25, we only have $500,000, we have $5 million worth of reserves in the stormwater fund then, at that point in time. So, we're looking at the bottom line here, we're looking at $5 million worth of No, that's expenditures. I'm not
Expenditures.
looking
You're
at
not
reserves.
looking
That's up here.
up top up
Up at the
here.
top, yeah. We're looking at unrestricted reserve balance is $1 million. $1.3 million, 24, 25, $1.4 million. I don't know whether it would be better to use the reserves in anticipation that we're going to have to make some very hard financial decisions on stormwater work after we do this canal work decision. That's all part and parcel. I mean, there's no difference between what you're doing to clean out a ditch and what we're going to have to do to clean out that massive canal. It's the same thing from a, not from an amount of work point of view, but it's the same thing from a philosophical work point of view. And whether we have to make some hard decisions next year about what we're going to do after we get a study on what we can do to that major component of that and what the potential costs are.
We will not have enough to fund FY '26 at the current amount, regardless of what the study shows. We will be out of money. We won't have sufficient funds to cover FY '26 next year without an increase, regardless of what the canal study. Like I said, the $4 is really only just an operating increase. It really is just an operating increase this year. It's not anything for we're not setting anything aside for capital.
Yeah.
This is strictly just an operating cost increase.
Yeah. I just have an issue with that. I mean, I'm not saying that I mean, here, we're talking about the line items in the budget. I have no issue with that. I just don't know about the $4 increase.
What about two? What about $2? I mean, I'm not thrilled about an increase either. People are really hurting.
Well, $2 won't do what you need to do anyway, so it's either $4 or it's, something else. Because they recommended, what, 6? The consultant?
What they recommended was the 40% increase.
Yeah.
But then following up multiple years with additional increases. What we were looking to do was to do just the 40% increase and keep it consistent, like we've done before. 2018 and 2024.
We couldn't do
Less.
2 and then 2.
Otherwise, we could do smaller increments every year, but then it's a recurring.
Right, that's true.
My concern is that taking capital completely out of this, because it doesn't really help us capital.
No.
This is strictly just an operating concern in future years.
I think Councilmember Nunn wanted to say something.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yeah, so you're saying, Brian, that if we don't add this $4, that by 26, that $1 million of stormwater surplus will be, or whatever you want to call it, will be gone. We won't have money to run the operation, correct?
Correct. You will deplete the fund balance in 24, 25, and 25, 26. You will run short.
Okay, I think, listen, we have to pay the increase too, and I get it. Another $4 doesn't sound like a lot unless you're someone who's already dealing with shortages. So I don't know that we have a choice. 2018 to 2024, that 6 years has not been a cheap 6 years. A lot of things that went up in that time period, and I don't know if we have a choice.
All right.
Everything is gone up across the board.
Microphone for council member.
10%.
Microphone, please. I can't hear him.
Everything has gone up across the board. So I think you're looking at 10% across the board. So however that works out, it might work out more in the millage, less here. But if we don't do it now, you're going to pay for it later. And I know it's hard, and this year is going to be hard because the garbage is going to be on the bill. You're going to raise the stormwater, and you're potentially looking at raising the millage. But if we don't do these things, eventually it's going to come to a head. And I think also, as long as we have a real plan, because when we raised the taxes last year, people have seen the work that's been done. And as long as the work is being done, then I don't think there's a problem with raising the taxes. It's when you don't see the actual results. And I think there's not a citizen who hasn't seen Schumann Drive done and Wimbrow. And then also, if you're in one of the areas where you have the stormwater and it's a problem, We have less than that. There's no other areas where it got worse. So the city is working. We're doing a lot of projects, and the price of everything's gone up. I wish it hasn't.
You guys convinced me. I don't have to be happy about it, but
Well, I'm not happy about it.
I'm okay with it.
The reason we're in this pickle is because things have been left behind for so many
with it.
years. We were in better times 5 years ago than we are now. We should have done it then.
And the other aspect is, if there's a downturn next year or the year after,
It'll be even harder.
Okay. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I was going to say the council over the last, let's say 10 years has been excellent stewards of the citizens' money, but some of the city itself has been left behind. So they've been very good to the tax bill, but unfortunately, as we see, I think we have no choice, and I think we're good to move forward.
I'm okay with it.
Any other questions on stormwater?
No.
Councilmember Nunn, do you have anything else to add?
No, sir. Thank you, Lee, and Karen, to all your employees. Both of you have shared in that, and they're doing an excellent job out there. And I agree with everything Councilmember McPartland said. Things are getting done. People are seeing it. I mean, there's always going to be people that aren't happy, but I think you guys are doing an amazing job out there, and all of your people are doing an amazing job, and thank them for that.
Thank you.
Very nice. Yes, I think everybody sees the work being done. We're happy about it. Happy about it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So just to kind of close up today, just want to thank y'all for, hopefully you got some information today that is helpful as we continue to go through the budget process. I've gotten some direction on some different things, and we'll have a couple things coming back to you all for discussion on July 24th. At the July 24th, just for clarification, we will be setting the trim millage rate at that meeting. And there is a small budget presentation that'll take place at that meeting as well. So that's when I'll discuss the cost for the police officers, as we discussed earlier in the meeting. And in that way, we can get some clarification on how we want to go forward with that. And then continue to go forward. The one thing I will ask you all to consider is in our budget calendar, we had August 21st, which was a Wednesday, set aside for a budget presentation and CIP presentation. Just for consideration, be prepared maybe at the 24th at the meeting next Wednesday to give us some direction if you still feel that presentation is necessary, because it was just a strictly budget presentation CIP meeting that we had just allocated on the agenda in case we needed follow-up from this meeting today.
Is that like the Ken presentation?
Yeah, it was on August 21st.
Well,
he's
doing
giving
the Ken
one at the
presentation
24th.
next Wednesday, yeah.
And then obviously, we'll continue to go forward from there. But so I'll ask for some direction on Wednesday. If you feel that 21st meeting is still necessary. If not, it just clears off that meeting off of the books. And we'll still have our August 28th council meeting and go from there. But thanks for everything.
One thing before we break up.
Yes, sir.
This is for the public. If there's anybody out there, hello. If anybody in the public has any questions or comments about anything that we've talked about today, would you please email those to Brian Benton, that's bbenton@cityofsebastian.org. Just email those to him, and Brian will get copies of those to the council. And at some point in time at our meeting on Wednesday, if there are questions, we will attempt to address those. So we didn't have a public comment session during this meeting because it was kind of too tight to do that. But if there's anybody out there who would like to ask questions or make comments, please send those to Brian at his city email address, and then he will get those to us. All right. So if there's nothing else going on here that we need to do, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.